Hello, everybody, and welcome to today alluring tier. Countdown, not done. Alluring tier list. It is our sexy alphabet tier list making, and I have with me two professional of the sexiness of curvature of letters. That's right. I have today for our special event none other than in the NCAM section right next to me, and amateur of the writing of the letters, also known as calligraphy, my dear friend Almantas. Hello, Al.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
I'm Almantas, former professor,
He's eating the mic.
VTuber. And I'm very grateful to be here.
Oh, I was not ready for that. And then on the other side, we have an expert of the tier list and also a art teacher, which would be exquisite knowledge to know how sexy and how well-rounded the letter of the alphabet is. E.G., welcome.
Hello, I'm also trying to do a low voice, but this is all the lower it goes. Hi, I am Squiiji, freelance artist, fun guy, art educator, typesetter of 8 years, that I'm here. I'm ready to learn my skills.
Yes.
I can't talk like that. I can't do that. My voice isn't like that.
It takes time to learn, and apparently multiple COVID infections. But I'm not gonna lie, I actually really enjoy periodically.
I was not ready for this today.
I really enjoy
for this angle here.
I really enjoy being able to just break that out periodically and just really mess with people.
That's good.
I gotta do a little voice training. I gotta learn to do that because the gap moe of me pulling that out would
I know, it would be
crazy.
It would be incredible. It would be incredible. I'm still very amused by the first time I actually tried doing ASMR voice was like on a collab with a friend, and it turns out that like I am exactly the right voice for folding her like clean laundry. She just imploded instantly live on air.
Crazy. Well,
so
I'm with all that experience of being sexy, that's perfect. Because yes, basically, guys, what we're gonna do today is I guess my name is Janken Pomme. Maybe it's your first time here, coming from. I have none of their experience, but man, do I have a lot of opinion and crazy ideas, like the stream today's. So.
Yeah, this was pretty demented. I think you came to me first, and I was like. Oh, that's an odd idea. And then you said like, oh, I sent it to EG, and they said that they're all in immediately.
I needed no convincing. I was like, this is so out of like the ordinary of what I just do, but you've managed to appeal to the exact thing that I have too many opinions on and cannot speak of often. Letters.
I had a feeling. I don't know. Like the idea came like from nowhere, and it was just like, I think I gotta reach out to them, and we gotta make this happen. And as you guys can see, and I mentioned, you guys are gonna enjoy Al calligraphy, right? So if you want to like,
I am a calligrapher of I don't know, maybe 20 years or so experience, something like that.
If you've never seen him, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's a neat little party trick. It's a neat party trick. It's a neat one. But mostly like, how can I? It's kind of funny because it was like, how can I explain that? Like, a lot of it depends on the script that you're working with, right? A lot of it depends on the particular script, and like, there's variations of letter forms and stuff like that, and like. Honestly, the easiest way for me to do is to just draw it. I legitimately cannot come up with an easier way to do it.
And with it today, you're going a little bit wild, EG.
Yeah. They have decided to torture me. That's okay. I'm used to it.
You said you were going to shut it down.
Been crushed. Oh, I shut down the disruptive ones. I didn't shut down all of them.
If your
They will
color
riot,
change,
and I
you
don't
might
need
become
that.
a little bit transparent, but
That's okay.
So what I'm hearing here is that I can. What I'm hearing here is that it's time for me to go over to twitch.tv/Squiiji3D.
Oh, and do your
I
casual
see.
greeting.
Aye.
Yeah, no, I know how to use redeems. I know how to do this.
Oh, Twitch people, I swear.
Hey, I'm a YouTube people too. YouTube's where I got my start. YouTube
It's
born
true,
and
it's
raised.
true, it's true.
Yeah, no, I'm the dedicated Twitcher here. I'm the loyal
Eventually,
person. Like,
I'll join you guys. But EG, I just realized something. We're missing. What is going on? We're missing.
I think Al is torturing me. That's what's happening.
We're missing a letter in our team.
Oh, we put a letter? What letter did I miss? I can edit it. I can add letters. What letter did I miss?
Lowercase z or z.
Oh, that was the final one I added. Hang on, yeah, I can fix that.
Unless I'm not seeing it.
It's not showing for me either, so I will edit it.
Okay.
Where's my browser window? I just spent hours in Wikimedia comment. Not hours.
If I just
hours
refresh,
singular.
it's gonna appear, right? Once
as soon as do I download it properly?
Okay.
It's a fantastic folder to have on my computer. It's just called Sexy Letters. That's a good folder to have on the computer.
Yes. So just so you guys know, what we're gonna basically do today, if you're wondering, like, if we're just like gonna be silly like we are right now, which we will be, but with a purpose, we will go literally from A to Z or Z. We're gonna need to fight about that later. Basically, we're gonna be rating not only the uppercase, but also the lowercase, and in some case, apparently, it was very important to Iji, who made the tier list. Some of them even have variation of their letter. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was immensely important to me that lowercase a and lowercase g got separated, and you all have to just deal with it.
Oh yeah, no, lowercase. I was really thinking about this. So, like, lowercase a is going to be like a long one. Lowercase a is going to be like
We're gonna start in the longest one.
I think A is going to be the most contentious.
Really?
Out of the
we'll
entire
see
alphabet.
about that. Well, there's
might
three
be.
types of A, so all right.
Yeah, no, I can think of three.
Well, we have three here at least. You
I can think of more. I've already drawn.
Well, of course, because like you're with your calligraphy and everything.
Okay, but those are just variants of the two.
Yes,
the two
that's
base
important.
They are variations of
That's
two. You're
important.
correct.
We talk about that before we start because that was already a heated topic in Discord before we start. So basically, right, we are going with the base font, like, you know, like the well-known, the established font. We can talk about types of font, right? And like but if it wasn't this font, it would be like sexier. But in the end result of where we put it on the chart is from the base. We can talk about it, but otherwise we're never gonna finish, right? Like, especially,
we gotta lock in. We are all yappers. We gotta lock in.
You do a lot of calligraphy. Like, definitely, you know, like how to make letters look sexy.
Oh yeah, I'm just doing like variations on Gothic A's.
Yeah. I see.
Like I'm.
Exactly. So the final verdict is going to be about the base version, but we can talk about it.
Yeah,
now,
we
I have a feeling though we're gonna need to self moderate ourselves because I feel more than 3 hours doing this tier list is gonna be a very long
would
time.
take me to 1 or 2 in the morning. So
yeah, exactly.
I think I am definitely the bad guy here. I recognize that I'm the villain on that front.
I don't think you are. Have you met me?
I've done collabs with you. I've done collabs with you. I loved it. We had a great time.
5 hours.
I'm just used to. I'm just those
Janken.
like casual like 6, 7, 8 hour streams.
You do like
I
to
know,
talk.
we can't
You
do
do
that
like
to
to talk.
Janken.
I do.
All right, but without any further ado, I think we should start because, like we said, this is gonna take a long time, and apparently A is already a problem because you guys have opinion. But just before we do that, we decided to go with only 4 categories, and not putting a neutral one to kind of force ourselves to make them. It's either sexy or not sexy. So we have sexy, charming, unpleasant, and offensive. Yes, offensive. I thought the word offensive was great. For like the opposite of sexy. It makes me feel
Really
like I hate it. I want to burn it.
And I am sure that both that EG even more than me is grateful that you did not choose grotesque, because that is a typesetting term. Yes, that is a type of font. So it would have been very
grotesque.
That would have been funny though. I would have laughed at that though.
That would have been good actually. Now that I think about it, but it's all good. All right. Are you guys ready?
Oh, I was born ready.
All right,
you're born ready. So I'm gonna put it like on the board just so the chat see it, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be its final destination, right? We are starting with the capital A.
Capital A, the triangular
A. Yes.
Triangular uppercase A.
Yes. I'm gonna let you guys start because I feel like you're eager for that.
Okay. So the uppercase A, I think, is actually less contentious than the lowercase A. It's the lowercase A is the one that's got like major variations where it's really contentious. That said, there are some variations on capital A. Like there's this triangle style that we've got right here, and I'm showing on my calligraphy how I've done that. But even within similar alphabets, there's a rounded out larger A, which you don't see as often anymore. And there's a couple ways to make the triangular A kind of like wider at the top. And here kind of gets into a question that's like a very fundamental question about sexiness, right? Which is a question that I think ties in a lot to how people relate to their gender and their sexuality and stuff like that, which is Kiki versus Bobo.
Yes.
I'm so glad you said that because I was going to bring that up also.
Yes. I'm not surprised you guys are bringing it.
Yeah, hell yeah. We have to get to the Kiki and the Bobo of it all because this is a high Kiki letter.
Yes,
high
for
Kiki
sure.
letter.
High
propensity for serifs. Very kiki.
To me,
very kiki, especially like
rigid.
The full triangle. Yeah, very rigid, and this is this type of A is definitely a kiki. The lowercase gets much more interesting.
Yes.
And this kind of gets in, I guess, to like what you're into, right? What you're into, because
true.
Me and Mr. Pomme here, we've thought about this with our models and how people relate to our models. We went with masculine models, and people tend to like pretty kiki masculinity. You look at a lot of VTuber males, and they're like really cut. They've got the really triangular body shape, the inverted A shape, and we went for a rounder shape. And we know that that's a thing that some people are into. And so this one, I think, like I said, like the kikiness puts it pretty extreme. So I'm gonna let my thoughts rest there and let the others get some words in edgewise.
If I had to say straight away, like without any debate or talking about anything, to me, A would be, I would put it at unpleasant. It's a triangle, bro. It's like it's triangle, just like with a little bit more complexity to it. Because we don't have a neutrality, right? I would have put it probably as a neutral stand, but I would rather, I don't know. I'm looking at it in the shape of it. It's too simplest, like kind of. I don't know, like this.
Oh man, if you think this one's too simplistic.
I think that the A, that there are others that are even more, of course, simple, but I could be persuaded for charming, but it is definitely not like sexy or offensive to me. Yeah, someone says a Dorito letter. Yeah, well, there's another in that category, but to me at least.
Oh yeah,
Iggy, what do you think? You haven't talked about capital A.
I'm gonna bring us into first structural engineering.
Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, from structural engineering. Okay. Wow. That tells us some things about you that you're even thinking in terms of structural engineering. Like
Triangles are strong and dependable. We use them in structural engineering for bridges. They're very important. Also in character design, as you were already talking about, as personality design. Triangles are either usually we associate squares more so with strength. Triangles are cunning. They're devious. They might be a little bit evil, but you know, people are into that. They're into a villain sometimes.
Again, it depends on what you're into, right? But I understand what you mean. Yes.
Well,
the bad guy.
And this and like I said,
so wait. So capital A is a bad guy. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying capital A is a bad guy, but he is shaped like the had to do it to him guy. Also, he looks like a guy standing with his hands across his chest to me, and that does taint me into unpleasant because I don't think I can look at a fella like that and not laugh.
Okay. That's kind of interesting.
Ali, I thought you told us a lot about like the letter itself, but not your opinion. How do you feel about it?
Not my opinion. Well, my opinion on this one's always going to be very complicated because capital A is in my name, right? I'm a capital A name, so whenever I sign anything, I have to think about what I'm going to be doing with a capital A. And I'm going to be honest, I've never felt super confident with my capital A's. I feel like I'm always like this is the one that I tend towards the most. But when I sign off, I tend to actually use this one because it's very dynamic and energetic. And so it's a letter that I actually feel very unsettled about. I am kind of surprised by EG going for unpleasant after what they said, because I thought that we were going to be getting the first, because I am getting the impression that we're all pretty say-so, so this is all we're going to be talking around a lot of concepts here. It's going to be very circuitous. That me and Janken are more boba attracted. That softness and gentleness.
It depends. We'll see. We'll see along the way. But
you know, when EG was talking about A as being like the masculine shape from the strong shape from the truss bridges, I thought that was going to lead into like, definitely sexy. Definitely want the strong. I was like, am I learning something about Jubby here?
No, well, hey,
Jubby.
Here's my disclaimer. I'm asexual. You guys talking about letters being sexy makes just as much sense to me as you talking about human beings and body types being sexy. So
fair enough.
The leveling of the playing field. None of this bears any resemblance to the way I feel about living beings. So
that's fair. I'm on wild card here. Okay. No, I mean, excellent. So you feel like this is unpleasant because it makes you feel kind of villainous, and Janken feels like it's unpleasant because it's
too simple.
I would personally go with charming, but really? I'm a very optimistic person on tier lists. My tier lists tend to be very weighted towards the top.
One of the things I forgot to say, we're gonna talk about it later when we talk about V. It's also to me the triangle shape, and I'm gonna say it. It reminds me of anime design. It reminds me of the yaoi face. And I hate it.
Okay.
And I hate it. I really don't like it. So V
and maybe
noted.
I'm actually gonna stick with charming because now that I'm thinking about in terms of like other media, what I actually think about is like that old arcade game Meteors. And other like really old arcade games where you are and like Geometry Wars where you are just a triangle on the screen and that's how you know who you are.
Yes,
and like in Doom, the map indicator. So I'm like,
yes.
I'm actually like now I'm kind of like feeling sympathy for this letter even more so. I think I'm sticking with charming for myself.
Okay. So hearing that, personally, I'm not convinced. Iggy, are you still at unpleasant?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna go majority. We're gonna go majority here. And wow, we're already starting. We're so picky. Unpleasant.
I mean, it's
a. I'm gonna try to put it like closer to charming, because I could, like I said, I could swing to charming, but if I had to choose,
I think it's easily top of unpleasant. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now it's time. It's time to fight. Apparently,
we're gonna
start. We're gonna start with. I'm gonna say it straight away to the ugly lowercase. That I don't like this one personally. I'm gonna put it like in sexy, but like I said, we're gonna move it. Hold on. I'm starting.
Okay.
I know that like in complexity level, compared to like capital A, yes, it's there. I see it. but there's something to it, okay? In sexiness level, and what I see it with my unsay-so mind, okay? Okay, listen to me here, okay? My very unsaid-so mind.
My mind's open.
I see, you know what I see? I see a male genital, okay? And I see one that is
not what I was expecting.
That is very unpleasant shaped because of the way that it goes with the little top there, we just go boo, and then I don't know.
That was not where my mind went at all.
But I'm someone who sees things like when I had to learn Japanese, right? When I had to learn Japanese and the kana, I had to see the kana into something else that they are, so I can remind them. So I have a lot of imagery when I look at letters. It's something I naturally do because of how I wanted to. It's just like no. To me, it's offensive. To me, I see it.
Wow.
And yeah, to me, it's offensive. I do not find this attractive at all.
Okay. Wow. Okay. My mind did not go anywhere near any of that. So my thinking when I look at this letter is, I am thinking about this right side stroke, right? I might need to do another one over here. So this is, I'm going to do it in foundational. This stroke, to me, that's always a spine. That's always a person's back. That's always a strong, sturdy back. And then it's combining with a rounder, friendlier, like front aspect to it. And so to me, this is, I would actually probably put this as like the top one.
You find like, this like top sexy?
Like I would put this one top. I think the combination of like strength and softness is really good.
Interesting.
I find it very appealing. I know that people have been saying like they think that S has to be like the S tier, and I'm like, no, S is too soft. S is too fungible and fragile. It's like goopy. No, this one's got a good combination of strength and softness. I think it's wonderful. EG is losing their mind.
But the top part, isn't it like a little bit too soft? It looks. Don't you see the sogginess like of the boo? Like it kind of. No, it's not firm. It looks like it go.
I don't feel like that.
This is like a warm embrace. The bowl, which is what that part of the letter is called, is the bosom. You're being held. Yeah. There's somebody who's leaning down over you to cherish you and pull you into their chest where it is soft and warm.
Yeah, no, I'm with EG on this one. This is like a
really?
This is a person who gives a really good hug.
Yeah.
This is a person I'm seeing this as like a whole person that's like very like
maybe I'm just really unsay-so to you compared to you guys.
It's a different. I mean, I think that me and EG are arguably bigger perverts though, the way that we're talking about.
Hold on. I'm starting to kind of see it. I'm kind of seeing it. Like if you compare like to, let's say, lowercase b, right? Lowercase b is very simple. Yeah. You would think like lowercase b would be like very close to this one, but this one is more complex than a lowercase b. And like I kind of see the arm that you like, the embrace you're talking about, and maybe now that you guys are kind of convincing me, I almost see like a small fragile person. We could say maybe someone pregnant, like with the arm. Okay. Maybe I just saw it at face value.
Or people like me with a big old pot belly.
Yeah. Okay. No. I think I kind of see it. I wouldn't say I wouldn't be ready to say sexy. You guys would go peak sexy.
Yeah.
This is almost certainly my favorite one in the entire alphabet.
Really? Okay.
It's up there.
I don't know what else I'm going to put up. I haven't thought too hard about too many of the other letters in advance, but it's liable to get up there.
Dang.
I need you to know I made an entire Google document to write down all of my thoughts about every letter in preparation for this. So
I did not come with that level of preparedness.
I need you to know how badly I need to speak on some of these things.
Okay.
All right,
been-
EG.
All right.
Bursting at the seams of my enclosure.
Because I'm persuaded by how you kind of sold it. I'm okay and especially if you said like it's your top one. I'm okay
I think it's my
leaving
top
it
one
at
for the entire
sexy,
alphabet,
if
yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
but it's crazy how you can see something of one way and then like others start like giving their own thought, and suddenly the shape that you are seeing maybe can be different. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, this is what we're here for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. So we're good with this, with sexy? Perfect.
Oh yeah. No.
Okay, then we have the third A. This one. Now, this one is EG, start. I don't think you started on the letter yet.
Thumbs down.
Straight
down?
up offensive.
Not super offensive. I'd put this one in unpleasant.
Okay.
It's simple, it's efficient, it's slightly voluminous, but it's a little boring, and I hate this letter with a burning passion from typesetting, because it just doesn't flow nicely into other things the way other letters do. Its height, the height of its cup of the bowl is too tall, it's too much.
Isn't it exactly the same height of the other A? Like we're seeing it right next to each other. No?
The center of gravity is totally different.
Yeah, the center of gravity is much higher. Which when it's with other letters, A is nice because it kind of breaks up the flow a little bit when you use the A that's on the left. It gives a nice flow to the text as you read it across the page. But when it's the same size as like the bottom of a B or a D or something like that, it's lacking. It's not doing as much as it could. She's not bringing everything to the party that she could. We kind of needed to bring more. I feel like I'm.
It looks like it wanted to be a D.
Yes.
Kind of.
It looks like it got its neck cleaved off.
Yeah. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, it's a letter that wanted to be a D, but just like didn't go all the way.
Yeah. Couldn't commit. Come on, girl.
Couldn't commit. Okay. I think I'm seeing it. Al, what do you think?
I'm broadly with EG here on this one. I think I'm doing my calligraphy on this side here, and I think this style where I'm doing like really sharp curves, it works really well with like the really sharp curves. But if you're not doing really sharp indenting curves with it, it's really just not interesting to look at. To put it in like sexy terms, it kind of makes me think a little bit about like when I see people talking about certain anime characters from certain games that they find extremely sexually attractive, and the jiggle physics are turned so high they stop looking like a person at all, and they look kind of just like a random assemblage of circles and lines. And I'm like, I don't understand. This is kind of how I feel about this one. I'm like, this is
sloppy.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm putting this one, and Mr. Pomme, we haven't heard your opinion.
Like I said, I do see that like the aspect where I'm looking at the D that we have like that's coming up. Like I'm gonna put it next to it just so we can see, and it's literally it's a D that didn't go all the way. That is by itself like self of commitment is not attractive to me. It's just like you gotta be strong, gotta go for it. So no, and it's just it's a C that just like I don't know. It's you guys are I think are on the money. I think that it could be more, but it's just like I don't know. It's unpleasant is fine with me. I agree with that. All right. Okay, this one was easy.
Also, if you are doing any, actually, hold on. If you also a small side, if you're doing the sciences, this type of A looks really annoyingly like a Greek alpha.
Yeah,
it's super annoying.
Yes.
It's super goddamn annoying.
Our chem degrees quaking.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Okay, that's just a small side. Now we're on to B. Yeah, there you got some other people who've taken their physics classes and understand.
I'm gonna start on this one. I think that a capital B is definitely sexy because it encompasses like both something that you said earlier where you have like the strong structure and the boat curvature. Your mind goes there naturally, like in seeing like the voluptuous kind of body in the B. Like to me, capital B is very sexy. Like I just all the imagery that comes with it, the strong back and the curvature, and I'm also a big fan of the letter 8. I like the letter 8. It's like it's the letter one. The number. Wow, can't even like differentiate the letter, the number.
Hey,
where are we going?
The ESL fight. I'm sorry, my friend.
Oh no, it's just me being. I'm always like that. I say the wrong word all the time. But yes, I see this kind of the same pattern that the number 8 would have, but even stronger with like the back there. And also it has like, I think it's important when you do a capital B. If you just do a capital B, just like with the vertical line and then the curvature. If you don't put like the little like ding ding like at the end, it's not as sexy. But with those things, it's even better. That's my opinion about the capital B. You guys go ahead.
I have one word. I have one word.
Yes.
Can you guess what my word is?
Is it booba?
Close. You're very close to the word I wanted. Boobies. It is the serif is the only difference between it being booby versus being sunglasses.
Yes.
And you know, sunglasses, very cool, very suave, but you know, they're lacking a flair. Sunglasses are just charming. Meanwhile, B with the serif, you know, she's got a strong spine to support her voluptuous bosom, and she's got the extra little bit of flourish, almost like a little bit of eyelashes, complete the look.
Alive to Thrive, they're called
sexy.
They're called serifs. Is what they're called.
Serifs.
Not tangs. Serifs. I am doing a very bad job at doing a Lombardic
that's what
B.
it means when you do. Oh my god! I was always wondering the serif sans or like.
Yeah. Serif is sans serif.
I feel
Janken,
really dumb right now. Wow! Now we'll never forget.
We are teaching you French live on camera.
Wait, serif is not French.
But sans is.
Of course. The sign you is the serif. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You
I don't know where
teach
serif
me
comes
French.
from.
I am the French.
It would be the incredible condescension of me trying to teach you either French or Japanese.
Japanese maybe, but yeah.
So
yeah, what's your thought, Al?
I don't have disagreement. I don't feel as strongly as I do about the lowercase a, but I think it would be, I think I would have to be more committed to being a contrarian than I already am, and I'm pretty contrarian to like really just be like, no, this is an unpleasant to look at, even offensive letter. No, I think, especially after what I've already said, I don't think I can sustain that. It does feel almost a little bit obvious and basic to put into sexy, but that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah. It knows what it is, and it's not trying to pretend. So I give credit for the confidence.
The Jessica Rabbit of letters.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was not too hard. All right, let's go with.
I told you A was going to be the tough one. A was going to be brutal.
Yeah.
We might have a couple other ones later on that are going to be brutal. But I think some of these are going to be easier.
Yeah.
We have.
I actually think lowercase b is better than uppercase.
Really?
Really? Elaborate, please.
Oh, I don't agree.
I actually do kind of like asymmetry.
Okay.
I think the asymmetry is interesting. I'm actually just kind of into that. I think the asymmetry is interesting. I don't know what else to say.
As shrimple as that? Ha.
It might just be as simple as that. It's the surprise tells me that the two of you have other thoughts. So let's hear it.
But wait. So what would you put it at?
I think I would put it in sexy.
In sexy? No, I wouldn't. But
admittedly, like I said, I tend to bias towards the top on tier lists. I do tend to bias pretty high on the tier list.
There's something about it. It again, I'm gonna use the same like kind of like I don't know why sloppy is the word I want to use, but saggy. Like it's the same thing as like I had the problem I had with the first lowercase a. There's something with the little bubble at the end. It just like it's not as strong as like the capital B. And I don't know, even like sometime when like this one has well, I have the cursor so I can at least show you guys. It has like the kind of like the circle goes like a bit below the line of where the spine is, but even like when you do one that like goes with the line, it's even worse, I feel. I don't know, it's at best charming. But we'll see what EG think about it.
Yeah, I see. I'm not as fully on board as Al is here. I get it. The B and the letter D, they're both kind of caked up, but there's a certain repetitiveness to the P, the Q, the B, the D.
That's a great
the redundancy. Do something original, fellas. Like, come on.
I would say that in that list, I probably like B the most, though.
Oh yeah, I'm on like the P
with P, Q, D. I think. Well, actually, I don't know because I'm kind of influenced because EG is influenced by the typesetting brain. I'm influenced by the calligraphy brain, and B's have some really wonderful opportunities to do some really lovely curves, but so do D's in a way that the P and the Q just do not. The P and the Q feel very limiting and restrictive compared for me. They feel much blander compared to B and D. We'll get to.
I see it. But
I'm just kind of writing on the side so people can see. This is the D that I like the most. But yeah.
Then again, like we said, like the font in the end, like
the script matters. The script. Well, it's like I said. I mean, we are allowing our biases to to trickle in.
No, but
we are allowing our biases to trickle in.
I guess
the whole point. We're supposed to be biased here.
That's why you see it differently than us, right? Because of the calligraphy aspect.
And I mean, a person's sexuality is heavily informed by their history. So,
E.g., you would put it at.
I would not go higher than charming with it, but because of the whole copycat thing, I get it. B did it. This one did it first, but I think charming we can meet in the middle.
Let's meet. Yeah, exactly. Let's meet in the middle.
All right.
With
all right.
Then.
All right.
He's like, you're wrong, but it's okay.
I mean, it's a democracy. It's a democracy.
Overruled.
Overruled here. Yeah. No, we are doing this as a collaboration, not as a dictatorship.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do a coup on the Janken stream today.
Don't worry, there'll be no Google
You can make your own
after
afterward and post it too. You know, that could be interesting. All right, next one. Okay, these do we do them at the same time? I think we do it at the same time. They are literally the same thing. Just one is smaller than the other. I see. Actually, EG, go first for this one.
Well, I see here. C is one of the letters I don't actually have that strong of a feeling about. It's an arc. It's simple. It's just one stroke. As far as my typesetting feelings go, it's fine. It's not a favorite. This is like the truest of neutral for me, but you didn't give me the opportunity to be neutral. So like, we think about curvature. It doesn't have any spine to hold it upright.
Yeah.
It's just one arc too, so it's not like it's giving me too much dimension. It's got a plane of symmetry in it, which that's fine, but like it's not as interesting as it could be if it didn't have a plane of symmetry, and there's some C's that don't have a plane of symmetry and that makes them better. I don't know, I'm kind of wishy-washy on this one. How are you feeling, fellas?
Well, I want to say it before Al says it. I think that because I see you doing it on the paper. I think this letter has like you just said also, EG, has a lot of opportunity in calligraphy, but the base form is really boring. It's like I said, it's an arc. It's an arc, and I know that I've seen some really cool C done in calligraphy, but the base form is, to me, it's not really unpleasant, but because, like we said, we want to force ourselves to not go in neutrality. I wouldn't say charming. I mean, maybe, but I would go probably toward unpleasant, just because it's just like No, it's an arc. Like, and then it's bigger or smaller arc. But I think Al, maybe you have like more to say about that.
Okay. Well, no, I do. I think that this is part of us lacking a certain perspective on sexuality here.
Okay.
Because I am seeing something that the sea. So when I look at the sea from my own perspective, I see an embrace. Which I like. I will say that this is definitely not going to be a top tier one for me, but I do see the appeal of that. I do think though that if we had people who had certain very common elements of their sexuality, what they would see in this is, well, for one thing, certain people would see cuffs or restraints here, but I think other people would see insertion.
I like the word I see in the chat, which is cavernous.
Cavernous, yes. It is for a lot of people the insertion both going in and out is a very important part of sexuality and sexiness. And
I get it. I'm just like I get it, but I'm like, does that makes it more sexy? I don't know.
I think it depends a lot on. This is the reason why I think we're missing a certain perspective here, right? We're missing a certain perspective here. I think if we're trying to get a more, I think a pretty large percentage of the human population is into being penetrated, and. I think we are somewhat missing that perspective on the table right here.
I talked about wiener with A already, so.
All the letters to talk about penetration about C was not anywhere in my mind.
No, me neither. So it's too. Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna be stupid. It's too wide.
How could you say something's too wide? I don't think I've ever even you say that.
He doesn't want the competition.
Oh my god, he's jealous.
The embrace. I see it. You know, I see the embrace, but it's too wide to be like what you want to see it, Al.
I'm just gonna be blunt here. I have seen sex toys that are shaped like that.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not gonna ask the questions I have about this. I'm not gonna ask them. What?
So
I wasn't born yesterday.
I know you weren't, but I was.
Apparently. Yeah, no, Prince to CL has it. Yes.
Okay, I'll just switch real gymnastics.
That said, sexiness is not always about like, is it sexual, right? Like sexiness is often more about like the implication or the way that it leads to things rather than like what it can be, rather than like the utility of it. I don't think most people just like see a dildo and think that is intrinsically sexy.
Yes, I actually don't think it is at all.
And so this is why, like I said, I feel like we are lacking a certain perspective here on like is this like, I don't. Again, this would be. I would put this in neutral. I'm annoyed here because I want to put this one in neutral. I am kind of leaning towards charming. E.g., yes, so you've got your hand raised.
My good could we split them maybe? Because I can see the case for the capital C and that there is a lot that can be done with it as far as flourishes go in calligraphy that does increase its level of interest for me. But lowercase c really does not bring anything done enough to the table.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's funny because I was not bothering to defend it on the calligraphy grounds. Because on the calligraphy grounds, I'm thinking about the fact that like I kind of have to work to get a lot done with it. Like it's not like. And you guys are telling me to discount the calligraphy knowledge, and this is not one that I end up having the strongest feelings about.
Then dunk it, straight down Pleasant. Dunk it.
Sure, whatever. I am.
We're not offended.
I'm throwing you a bone, but if you don't want the bone, don't take it.
I don't know what we're going to put in. I'm too nice. I don't know what I would ever put in.
Oh, I have some.
Me too.
Okay. All right.
All right. Now, the internet loves this letter. We're going to go with the D. Are you guys ready to see my D? It's right there on the board. All right. Now, Al, you want to start with this?
Why did you make that sound?
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Why would you say that?
Al, but I have to. It's the letter D. The internet is all about like saying this fucking joke all the time.
I think the joke is played out to hell and back.
Yeah, I know. But,
so
it's
so D, the letter D, in this kind of like Roman style, I'm not super a fan of it. This is like you were talking about like the differences with like C and calligraphy. This one I actually feel like is even more so one where like the difference between like what you do with it in a typical Roman font versus what I can do with it in a Gothic or a bastard script is really striking.
Bastard script.
It's really, really bastard is what I like the most.
Got that bastard D, huh?
I like bastard the most. And here I've done this is a bastard D and here's a Gothic D, and there's a lot more I can do with it. They're far more visually interesting. This is like it's just the capital D. I'm just I don't know. I'm
Yeah?
I'm kind of bored by it.
Oh.
Bored by it.
Okay. I see. Uh-huh.
E.g., you have
so that's kind of
it sounds like an unpleasant to me for you, right, Al?
I'd lean that way. I'm willing to hear people out.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're not at the hear me out yet of this tier list, I don't think. Quite yet. But I see D as a letter has a lot of associations in that category. It's very common in many an abbreviation. There's some pretty particular words that start with that letter that are very important in certain subcultures that I feel like we cannot ignore. Since you brought that in here earlier, I'll leave that in subtext maybe.
There's even the ASCII penis that you can do.
You're right. Yes, that's true. Also, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 8 equals sign equals sign equals sign D.
Yeah. We didn't hanging out there right there with the B. We just need a. I don't even know what letter you'd put between it to be the equal sign. Anyways.
I thought you said I don't know what letter to put between them. Like it's C. Did you forget the alphabet?
No, that's not what I meant. I'm not impressed. I'm over it. As first childish as I feel being a part of this and giggling at all of the stupid little bits we're doing, I'm over it. I'm above that. I am a aged shroom. I'm not 13. I feel like that's too
I only
basic.
brought it up because we do exactly hear it all the time, and yes, in a way, it kind of makes it less attractive because of that. But it's not the letter itself. I kind of like I can't attribute that. Like the letter never did anything. Right? The look of the letter, right? It's like people that like made
unfair associations.
Unfair association, exactly. Compared to the B, you're about to say
Mochivus in chat brings up something which I think again highlights that the three of us have limitations on our perspectives. She says the shape of the D is very dominating and assertive.
I mean, it looks like you could see like a chest.
I can see it.
I could see like
it's like a puffed out chest.
Yeah, a puffed out chest. I see it. Yeah. I thought about it actually. But there's like the same way that we think that like C is kind of like it's okay. It's in the simplicity. It does have like this kind of like spine structure that we said that we enjoyed on the B, but I don't know. There's something missing to me to be sexy. To me, it's I wouldn't say unpleasant because I do see like I'm a kind of guy who has like have the kind of the big chest, and I kind of see it in the D. I would say charming, but yeah, I would say charming.
I could say charming to respect the history of D.
Okay. All right. Al, how do you feel?
I think charming's fine. I think it's fine. With that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say it's better than capital C though, if I can be picky.
You what?
I put it above the capital C.
Yes,
it's got that extra spine.
I agree. And even to be honest, like this.
Oh.
But we're not gonna start this, otherwise we're never gonna finish.
I was saying we can't be too nitpicky, or we're gonna start fighting again.
Yeah. All right, now the lowercase d. It is the A brother that has grown a neck. It's don't say no. Look at them.
Oh, I'm not saying no. I'm having fun with my googly eyes.
Okay, it's the Google.
Sorry.
I thought you were like.
No, sorry. I'll nod. I'll just do an all shapes. Just.
But to be honest, it doesn't add much to what. Even if I was said like, oh, you're a D that didn't want to be full D, lowercase a, but it doesn't add much to it. And to be honest, if it's a little bit better than a B, but I think you guys wanted this to be charming. If I don't remember what I said.
I was the one who was fighting for sexy, so that's what.
Right, exactly.
It was a compromise because the two of you. That was a compromise.
So to me,
I'm not gonna lie.
Be at best charming.
I'm not gonna lie. I like this because putting the two of them right next to each other is funny.
Touching.
Having them facing each other is funny. Like they're staring each other down.
Yes.
Oh, I was thinking the opposite. They're cheek to cheek, to put it that way.
They're twerking on each other.
Maybe just a little.
Why does the D has this little step, this sheriff that serif, and the B doesn't, when you think about it?
It depends on the type of B you're doing. I don't know why in this peculiar font they did that. But like, okay, so I've got my black ink ran out. This up here is an insular B, and then all the way over here I've got a bastard B, and you can see the bastard B, it pulls out, right? It pulls out to the side, whereas the insular B, you go straight into the loop upwards. And it looks like they favored, for the Roman one, it looks like they favored like pull down and then start the loop immediately rather than pull out and then start another stroke as their inspiration.
Yeah, I think it is like a stroke order, or not order, but like B is
priority?
1 stroke, D is 2. Yeah, not even priority. B is 1 stroke, D is 2 in Rome.
Oh, and Ms. Janken said something in chat where when you want to do cursive too, like to have like this kind of like serif, it would be the continuation.
Well, this is cursive B in English. Which looks really nasty. It is very unpleasant to do with a broad nib pen.
But B, but we're talking about D right now, right?
Oh, D is
but it has the serif that I was like wondering, but maybe it's because if you would want to connect it.
That's very
it's still very similar to it.
But I think I like how we're talking about the technicality of it and not the sexuality of it.
We're lost in the sauce. Hang on, come back.
Well, we need to come back.
We are too big of nerds. This is the reason why the three of us haven't done like. This is why none of the three of us is like regularly doing like sexy character rating streams. Like,
no, we're trying hard to not say so, and we're failing somehow for the.
We're failing quite badly. No, I know. Like, I mean, EG does do quote unquote sexy character rating streams, and they are not about the sexiness at all. You're just like, there's not enough asymmetry on this character that people are gooning to.
Everyone's barking, and I'm like, please, can you make her eye color different?
Yeah. Come on, this haircut doesn't work.
Yeah.
So how do you feel?
I fear we're gonna have the BDPQ gauntlet like right at the end of Charming here. I think they're all gonna hang out together.
I think it's pretty likely. I think it's fairly likely. I do think that is getting ahead of us. I think that we have another contender in front of us.
Oh, so are we fine with Charming?
Yeah. I'm fine with Charming. I'm not gonna fight it.
Okay,
yeah,
I think to me it's like kind of B. So yeah. Okay, the next one is, I think, interesting. We have capital E, and I like that this one has again the serif, because I think that it's more interesting than just having a regular capital E. There's something when I look at a capital E that screamed to me, I am incomplete. I don't know why. Like, especially with like the decision to have like the second line to be like kind of shorter. It's interesting. It's kind of add characters to it, but I don't know. It feels like it wanted to be maybe a H. Maybe it wanted to be a P, or F.
Indecisive.
But it's or it could add all of the characters. It's either way. It's either it wants to be everything or it doesn't know what it wants to be. Kind of thing. I don't know. That's what, like, when I look at it, this is the first thought that comes to mind. But I think maybe you guys have other perspective on this.
So, EG, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
You go. I'm still formulating.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Okay. So we're talking about specifically this Times New Roman style. Offensive.
Okay, tell us why.
Really?
There's something. So you can even see when I'm doing my. I was kind of, again, I was doing a little bit in the background as a bit of visual, being like a director, being a movie director, trying to provide something. You can see that when I try to do capital E's, I cannot. I just never want to draw them like this. I never want to draw them like this. There are other ways of drawing capital E's.
What's the feeling? What's the feeling behind that?
So what it is, I've attempted here. So let's try a Gothic one right here, right? Let's try a Gothic one right here. So this is a Gothic capital E right here. And Gothic capitals are the fan favorite. People love them. So here I'm doing Gothic capital E that's meant to follow the norm sent by that Roman one. It just looks like ass. It just looks like shit by comparison. Like 20 years of experience, and this always looks better. The rounding out E always looks better than the straight up down E. Fuck it. 20 years on this.
Wow, that's strong. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. EG, what do you think?
Al's previous statements about C has made me slanted my mind into perversion, because I accidentally almost made a gross hand gesture, and there is multiple potential. Did you just do the hand gesture?
Yeah.
But there are two potential. What word did we use before? I'm gonna say orifice. But I don't think this word we used before. In the letter E, and when Janken said incomplete, my brain went to something Freudian, which I don't believe in Freudian nonsense anyway, but incompletion, what are you missing? The phallus is the thing that is missing. That is the thing that causes incompletion of self in some manner, and you were talking about it needing that, second side of the spine. It looks like there's a chunk taken out of it. Just on sheer the fact that I was made to think about Freud, I want to put it in offensive, but I don't know. Honestly, don't care. E is doing nothing for me other than making me think about too many things that actually have nothing to do with whether or not it's sexy.
I think that Al's opinion on how he's been like hating it for like since he's been starting to do calligraphy is really, really strong. And I did say to me that it also did nothing to me and that it looked kind of incomplete. I am willing that we put our first offensive to the letter E. The capital E, at least.
Yeah. Okay. Get us started here. Real strong. E.
All right.
It only took us what is that? 1/5 of the way in.
Yes. I mean, offensive is strong,
Same way
that we only have two sexy, so.
Yeah.
It is
actually okay with this
weighted,
distribution.
which is how you want a tier list.
I'm a believer in this as well.
The next letter we have is quite different. It's kind of crazy how a capital E from a lowercase e really changed that much. Who wants to start on this one?
I have strong thoughts.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Because I also have thoughts, but they're going to they might make me look horrible. So let's go.
Oh, my turn to pull from my bias, which is physical typesetting, which is that the letter E mocks me. It haunts my every nightmare. Lowercase e is just there in the back of my mind, taunting me, because no typeface that you can ever find on the planet of Earth has enough ease for whatever godforsaken phrasing we're trying to pull out of the English language, specifically lowercase e's. There are never enough, and he's laughing at me. Look at him. Do you see his open mouth? He is laughing. He's mocking me for daring to try and have a whole paragraph.
I see it. I see the mocking face somehow.
He's looking at me.
I really see. I see the big eyes, and then I see it. I really do.
It's like, this is one of the bane of my existence ones.
Damn.
I don't want him anywhere other than offensive. Also, he can hang out with his older brother.
First, I'm going to make a book recommendation. If you haven't heard of the book,
Okay.
Avoid by Georges Perec. Have you heard of this book, E.G.?
I've heard of the book. Hang on.
Yeah.
Wait. Yes. 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 Is it the one where
I like how you
slowly is losing letters?
As if like I don't read book, right? Is that what you're intended to mean?
No. This is no. There's a specific reason for this one. There's a specific reason for this one, Janken, which is a space void. Yeah, a space void.
Yeah. Oh, I know this.
It is a book. Yeah, it's a book where the French and English versions of it never use the letter E.
Oh, actually, I've read that book. Holy shit! No, but wait, that's crazy. I don't read a lot of books. Yeah, but I did my major in art, so I did was forced to read, and I did read that book where they all of the letter E. Oh, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, it was originally in French. The English is the translation.
That's probably why I've read it.
Supposedly, the Spanish version doesn't use the letter O, which is crazy.
Yeah, they had to pick a different letter for other languages because it's physically impossible.
Well, it's without using the most common letter in the language.
I've also read a book once that doesn't use the full stop.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah, that was
a spicy one.
Yeah, that was really crazy.
That's a spicy one. That's a headache right there.
Yeah.
Linguistic play. I thought we were going to be talking about the one that slowly removes letters as it gets further in the book until you get to. I think it's just a full page of the letter. I think it's Q.
Like I'm not into books, but that kind of shit, like I really like.
It's
like I do like experimental ones. I like experimental stuff. There's a famous one from the 18th century where a guy just didn't use any punctuation for the entire book, and he didn't do that. He didn't do that for like artistic reasons. He just did that because he was crazy.
Wait. Is this the Lord of Deer?
No.
He also wrote an entire book without punctuation and put all of the punctuation at the end.
That was the second edition. The first edition had no punctuation, and people complained about it. And then he had the second edition that had like just hundreds of punctuation marks.
Yes,
I remember.
He was pronounced the Lord of Deer. What is his name? Okay. I can't think of his name. There's a salmonella.
I know what his portrait looks like. I know what his portrait looks like because he was this 18th century guy, and his survival was like he bought a ton of soup ladles and then tried to sell them in Jamaica.
Yes.
And everybody was like, this is a horrible idea.
Correct.
But there had been like some catastrophe like a week before where nobody had soup ladles, so he actually made a killing off of knowledge that he had no idea.
Yeah.
What?
And then also, he bought a ton of continental dollars in the US, like when they were worth nothing. He just bought crates and crates and crates and crates of them, and then the government did almost like a rebate where they were like, hey, you can exchange your continental dollars for real good money, and then he became like a billionaire.
What?
This is a completely ludicrous character.
I'm gonna figure out who this is.
Wow.
Keep discussing the letter we're on. I'm gonna find this so that we can.
So I'm going to. Oh yeah, might have been Timothy Dexter. That sounds right. I am going to tell on myself here a little bit with the lowercase e.
Yeah.
And what I see is something that's bound up and constrained, perhaps more constrained than it wants to be.
You
I might just leave it there.
Yourself. You could have just said the sentence without saying that you were outing yourself. You had to make it personal for some reason. Don't know why you did
because that's funny. Because that's content.
We're all honest here, I guess.
But yeah, that has an appeal to me from the outside, as an observer.
To which degree?
Towards sexy. I would put that.
No way. We have. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to be the middleman.
Horrible split. Horrible.
Ends of the spectrum. Come on.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, from sexy to offensive. How do I feel about it? I have no strong feeling about it. to be honest.
Oh no.
To me, at the same level that C is unpleasant, it reminds me a bit of the E. I do see the imagery, much more of your imagery, AG, of the mocking face, more than Al imagery. So just to compensate, I wouldn't say it offends me, but I would put it at more unpleasant.
I can live with that.
But that's crazy that you guys have complete.
I'm the one getting
opposite.
outvoted here. I'm getting outvoted here repeatedly. I'm glad I spent all of my capital on making sure that the A got the top.
Honestly, good work. But I was right there with you for that A. So
yeah, but you were too. Yeah,
teamwork.
Even whatever I said, it's just like you guys had very strong.
No, got it. Okay.
The next letter. I think personally, this is the worst of the two, easily. The same way that it's a E with just like the missing. It has a foot, right? It's a E, but also again, right? Type F in chat.
I didn't think of that.
It has.
I didn't think of that one,
this,
actually.
You do. I don't know, and it has the F for failure. I see it. It's again. I don't know what's my problem with incomplete. It's like it's a P that never really like commit to it.
So this is actually kind of interesting that this would apply to like broader character design discussions between me and Janken. That like I really favor asymmetry.
Right.
I
apparently,
like asymmetry,
right?
In general. Yeah. I'm just.
Yeah,
Just too much symmetry just bores me.
I see the asymmetry interest here, but I would probably go more. I think it's really because of the history on how it's used, either like for an exam where that's the letter for failure and an F for all those like memes. Like it's and I feel it's never associated with good words. No, think about it. Like maybe it's just the way that it was implemented in my head. I don't see this as a good guy. I
Flexible, fortuitous.
I guess friend, fun. Okay,
Fortune.
maybe I don't have friend and I don't fun allowed.
I will say
French. offensive.
The worst of
right
all.
here, offensive. No, but
the purity of my heart was that I saw F, and my first thought was F is for friends who do stuff together.
yes.
And
maybe,
I
like
thought of the movie I thought of the famous movie F for Fake.
I just need to take this as my one opportunity. I don't get to say this word on my channel. I never get to say it, but I heard you say it earlier, so that means I'm permitted.
Yes,
fuck.
You're permitted. Yeah, and fuck. Yeah, and fuck. Yeah.
Which, that word is related to, I guess, sexiness generally or not. And the flexibility of
it can be very unsexy too.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about capital F?
Yeah, we have beat around the bush here. We didn't say anything about it.
I'm leaning towards putting it in the mid-range myself. I think the asymmetry makes it far more interesting. Again, like you can see me doing my little calligraphy over here. This F that I just did off the top of my dome, better than any of these standing E's that I've ever done in my entire life. So like I have more positive. I am less frustrated with this one. There's another good F word. I like that word. Frustrated and frugal, two words that I like using a lot, even if they don't have particularly positive connotations.
Frustration does have sexy connotations, maybe also.
It does. So it does have that going for it. I would lean towards charming at best. I wouldn't stop us from putting into unpleasant. I feel pretty mid about this one.
Yeah, I would go unpleasant. It's better than E. I'm with you. I am an asymmetry person through and through. That's like a classic EG trait. I do rag on things that are too symmetrical quite constantly.
We gotta get you different earrings for your ears.
Yeah, the earrings can't match. Look, my earrings aren't a perfect mirror. They're the same thing.
We can really mess with people and have one of your lenses be round and one of your lenses be square.
Oh no! That is not cool. That is not. That's just like try
I can
hard.
vetoed immediately.
That's try hard. That's like that. You're trying too hard at asymmetry.
Wouldn't that be so art teacher of me? Would that not be so art teacher of me? I feel like it would.
I
feel like that is the quintessential doing too much art teacher.
I guess. If that's if that's on purpose, then that's better. If you're actually trying too hard on purpose, it's better than just like being a try hard. Okay. So we agree with unpleasant, I think, because you were like charming and best, and I'm also kind of unpleasant. So let's go with unpleasant. However, this type of lowercase f, I'll just go ahead. This one is fun. The other one, I don't know why. There's something with it that maybe because it reminds me of E and P, but this one is something by itself. I think I'm realizing I'm a fan of, and the more like you also guys kind of convince me with the A, right? The lowercase A, the good one, the sexy one. In the same way, I don't know. I kind of see it like as like a gentleman, like maybe like tip the hat kind of thing, like with the curvature at the top, and I don't know. It's classy. I don't know why. That's the feeling I have. I look at it. It looks classy for some reason. This type of F, completely different of what I'm thinking of the normal F. It would be either between sexy and charming for me.
Can I propose a theory as to a trend that I'm detecting some of a trend here, which is that we tend to be drawn to letters that have more of a blend of characteristics. Letters that are just too smooth and arcing, they're too amorphous, too blobby.
I mean, Janken started us off with this by declaring the capital A boring, not uninteresting to look at. This is like really
the same thing I'm saying is that we like things that are a blend. The lowercase a has some rigidity to the backbone of it, but it also has a curving arc to it. Same deal with this F, where the E, I think, and the F uppercase are boring to us because they're just rigidity. They're too strict. They're too disciplined.
They're too
we're not
finished?
interested. We need a blend.
Too kiki, not enough boba.
Yeah, some things are too boba and some things are too kiki. We need both. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. And I think the lowercase f is in the right direction of that. And I do like the extra flourish of the fact that I think it's called an arm, the little like center bit guy, cuts through it. That's a nice moment for me.
That's so much more interesting than the capital F. That is just like a line. The going through it, I agree, adds like more character to it. It's weird too, but yeah. And I think, let me check like all of the alphabet. Like, I don't, except the T, I guess. Like, there's no letter that really does that in the English alphabet.
In the script that you've got, there are X's that frequently have a crossbar. In a lot of scripts, but not in, I think, the one.
Yeah.
But that's a crossbar.
We'll get,
like
we've got a minute,
apex, though, right? Or at an intersection, as opposed to this is creating. We're right angles here.
Yeah. So, I have very positive associations with F in terms of stuff outside of what we're doing here. In terms of letters that I write in calligraphy, this lowercase f from Bastard is my favorite non-W to write out of like all of the things I ever write in calligraphy. I actually really like the way this letter form is written. It involves a lot of rolling, which is a thing that I really love to do in my art. I love rolling my tools. So I have a positive association there. I also have a positive association that I know very few people are going to share, which is that the cursive, the longer Fs, make me think of integration, and I like calculus, and I know that I'm definitely giving. I know people are gonna hate me for that one, but I like integration. It's a fun challenge.
You actually
It's
just
fun
made me
and
want to
interesting.
fight against you more. You made me want to bump it down by bringing calculus into this. I had to have my time with calculus, and I'm glad it's over. How dare you make me think of calculus?
I'm very bad at it now because I haven't actually used it for a very long time. But I did enjoy the challenge of doing integrations.
It's really unsexy math.
This is the sign that I am the true pervert here, and the
Oh, no.
this is, and so, but what I see when I think about this in terms of like looking at this and like what it evokes to me at an emotion, just looking at it, I see a sort of like looming figure.
Oh.
I see.
He's
I
like
see
hunched.
hunched or peeking,
Oh.
looming. Over the other letters. That's kind of how I see Fs when I see them in words.
Yeah,
It's,
I see.
I can see EG's tapping their fingers together.
Yeah,
EG's
really turning. I see.
yeah, yeah, and so like that's kind of how I see the F, and so on the one hand, that is at a very, when I say it out loud like that at a very basic level is pretty unpleasant. But I am a sucker for stories. I'm a sucker for stories. I'm a sucker for things being interesting. I'm a sucker for things that have these sort of strong feelings. Like honestly, I think that if we changed unpleasant to boring, that would be almost like an even lower tier to me than unpleasant is. Like, but it's. I think that there's something of a story there. I think that there's that sort of that frisson to it that I think is important to sexiness. I think that sexiness involves a certain amount of mystery, curiosity, and discomfort.
Yes, I agree. So would you say it's
so-
sexy then?
I want to hear some more opinions before I make a choice.
I'm
between
sexy.
charming and
I'm sexy on this one.
Here comes
Okay,
the purity
okay.
out of my heart again. F looks like it would give good. It would be a good big spoon.
Also true. Also true.
Yeah, the argument you gave for the A, right?
No.
Yeah.
The huggableness is important to.
Yeah,
me
as
and
opposed
EG,
to
but-
looming, it could give me back hug in the kitchen, and that's important in.
I
think that's important.
Yeah,
It's
looming
leaning down to it's leaning
Yeah.
down to kiss you on the top of the head.
Oh yeah, see, okay, I'm totally sold on it now. Yeah, okay,
All
I'm
right,
in.
are we all sexy on
Okay,
this
all
one?
right.
I think we're all on sexy.
All right,
right?
sounds like a uniform. Sounds
All
like a
right,
uniform.
perfect. I actually
How
really
many of
like.
these have we actually agreed on?
Not that many, but
Yeah,
maybe
this
2 or
might be one of
3.
the first ones.
Okay, the next
Okay,
one I
yeah.
think is maybe interesting. The capital, I have to say it properly because French and English switch it on, and in my brain always mix it up. G.
How do you say it in French?
G.
Okay.
We say G
My
and
auditory
J.
processing, I can't
The
detect the difference.
opposite. G is J.
Oh.
In French.
Yeah, he
Oh,
Yes.
intriguing.
This is J.
Ah.
This is G.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would they do that to us? Why would they do that to us?
Yeah, I know. But anyway, capital G. Thoughts?
I'm into it.
You're into it. Okay, go on.
I'm into it. I think a lot of contact points and constraints, and I think it's busy. Busyness is something that I like. It's busy and asymmetrical. Those are also things that I like. I think other people should weigh in before I say something. So-
Okay, I agree.
thought.
If we put a capital C as charming, this one is even to me better than charming for sure.
Yeah.
The like you said, like the it's so random. You know, it's like the to me it's one of the most. Let me check at all the other letter for a sec. Yeah, I think it's one of the most random letter where it's all of the G kind of are kind of all weird. It's one of the weirdest letter in the alphabet where you're C, but but then you go up and then you put a line. It's like, what are you doing? But I kind of like respect it. It's kind of like it's putting his arm, you know, like it's the arm of a C. It just like it goes in front of you, and you know when you have like the arm on the table and you look at someone, it's just like you come often around here, like you know, kind of thing. I don't know. It is better than C for sure, and we put C at charming, so I cannot go under charming for this guy.
I have to call it a chatter here.
Yeah,
I associate G with a grumpy old man, old-fashioned, rotund, and harsh to my ears. Offensive. How dare you?
How dare
I am right here.
Why?
I am right here.
Yeah, we are right here. What are you talking about? Wow.
Yeah, all three of us, grumpy old men that we are.
But how do you feel about it, Ichigo?
That was not very nice, Prince Deciano.
It's okay. They're teasing.
Right.
They're teasing Shirley.
I know. I'm teasing back, but yeah. What's the each opinion?
So each opinion. So first we're gonna start with this. Do you know what's broadly considered hot? Do you know what's widely and very broadly considered hot
Really?
before anything about appearance even comes into the question? Intellect.
Okay.
Thinking. Thought. G is thinking big old thoughts. That is, Janken was saying it earlier, that was what I was thinking first. That is the hand. That funny little flourish that comes up, that is the hand resting under the chin as it thinks deep thoughts.
Yeah.
This
It's
person
an arm. It's
is
for sure it's an
open-minded.
arm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Respects your opinion. I think that is actually, I think it might just be a serif. There is a term called an arm in type also.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's what the E has. E has an arm in the center. That's what that is. But
And then the arm has serifs.
yeah. But I have also secondary on top of, we like big thinking, we like thinking big thoughts. It is unique. It knows what it wants to be. It's committed. It's not a C. It's got that blend of rigidity, but also free-flowing looseness to it that we like so much. And also, it is one of my top 5 letters to typeset.
Wow.
I love capital G. I love capital G, my beloved. I see it coming, and I'm like, yes, thank you. Please, yes, thank you. So, this would be top of the chart for where we are right now for me.
Okay.
So this is one of my faves. Doesn't get all that much better than this.
Wow. Al, I think you just said you had more to say about it.
No. I think that's good. I think we're good.
Are we all agreeing on sexy?
I think people heard what I said. All right.
GG.
Yeah, GG.
GG to G.
Oh, is that what it was?
So sexy, we're fine, yeah?
Yes.
Al, you fine?
Yeah, no, I think that, no. I already said. I already said that. Yeah.
Now, the next one, I personally never do that. I never done that. To me, this is alien level. To me, this is alien level. Not that I don't know if I respect it or not, but this type of
respect it. What?
I don't know. It's so alien to me that I need to like to reach my inner self and being like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. So if you guys have opinion about how do you even call this type of lowercase g? Do you guys know?
Geometric.
It's geometric, or there's what is it called? Double counter G.
Oh, double countered. Yes, double countered.
I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah.
You guys have to speak before me because to me this is alien.
No,
I want to know what you think about this.
I don't like this way of writing G. Of the ways you can write a lowercase G, I don't super like it. I'm writing some of the lowercase G's that I like on my own end here. This one I really like. This is the insular minuscule. I really like the insular minuscule one.
I don't think I would recognize that as a G visually.
It feels less weird if you see it in a sentence with other.
You wrote a tree, bro. What are you talking about?
You know, if you see it next to other insular letters, right? Anyway, that's me getting far afield. I feel like it's too not a shape that you could make as a person.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like
that's what I meant by alien.
I do kind of I do kind of like the alien and the unfamiliar.
Me too. But in that context, like I do. Yeah, but just like you said, I have never took a pen. Well, I don't write a lot lately because, you know, the way that things are going with modernity. But I've never done that. Like I wouldn't know how to doing like the end part. Can you do one like live, like just a normal one, not a calligraphy?
I'm trying. Okay, hold on. I'm trying. Let me try to do the like just the shape.
Gap.
Yeah, I wrote gap. Yeah, gap. Like I told you, it doesn't. When you see it like rolling out together, it doesn't look that weird. But if you just see it in isolation, it's a weird looking G, which I like. Hold on, how do you even do this? Okay, so you got to come around like this, and then no, this is a separate stroke. That's what threw me off. This is a separate stroke, and then you go around.
Yeah.
You're making things up. That does look like
crap. This looks like crap.
Hang on, okay. I need to call hypocrisy.
Okay.
On what's going on here. We were talking about being into the B, the repetition of that big rounded shape, the number 8, also as being forms that you guys enjoyed.
I know, right?
Why is this one that different from
because
it for you?
It looks like it's hard to explain. It looks like it's an 8 that is like about to like unshape itself, like because the eternity of the 8, right? It's like it's a loop. It's a perfect loop kind of thing. But here we're just with that thing in the middle where just like it looks like it's again with the word sagging. I don't know what's wrong with me with all the sagging today. It's like it's hanging in there. It's like it's not connected properly. I don't know. I don't know why I'm almost offended now the more that I think about it when I look at this.
I'm amazed how polar I am from the two of you on this one.
we feel. Oh, well, okay. Let's hear it then. EG.
This is one of the most easily personified ones for me. Like I see this one and I can't see anything other than we're seeing a side view person sitting with their knees tucked under them, and that little connecting bit. It's called a neck, but I see this being the spine. The top part is the head, and then the serif that's coming off of it, which that's technically not a serif. I forget what that's called.
Not. It's a tail.
What is the maybe? I have the word right here. It's an ear.
An ear,
yeah.
Which is funny. I think it looks like a little eyelash. I think this girly is looking up at us very demurely.
Okay. Okay.
I'll leave it there.
Okay. That's bumping it up right there.
So how do you rate it?
Glad I could do that for you. I put that one in sexy.
Wow.
See, I'm short. Every opportunity I can to maybe get to stand over someone, not the worst.
They're looking for the opportunity to loom.
I put it that way, sure. But I don't know. The repetition of the shape on that one's interesting. It's not symmetrical. It doesn't have a line of symmetry, which is nice. It's got the sort of like commitment to what it wants to be that the uppercase G had. I get that it feels like it might be a little bit fragile because of those narrow connection points, and I do see the claim of, it maybe is just a little bit too booba, or boba.
Yeah, too boba.
But I don't know, softness, roundness.
I think Al.
I'm actually convinced. I'm convinced you've sold
are?
me. You've sold me completely.
Yeah, let's go.
As sexy. As sexy?
I'm sold. Yeah, I'm sold.
Yeah.
It's a democracy. I don't really have a choice, but okay.
Where would you put it if we weren't slightly too sexy? Where would you put it?
It offends me. Like it's just not. It's not.
Wow.
It's not a letter. Like I've never. Like it's just. I don't know. It's so deconstructed. Like I get it. Like deconstructed, like can be cool and kind of sexy, but it's too much.
Come on, Janken, aren't you adventurous?
I mean, I am. No, we're gonna leave it at sexy because you guys are very keen on it, but I don't know.
Oh, Miss Jenkins says one of my sexiest ones too. Can't argue with that, huh?
Okay, all right. We'll keep it at sexy.
You gotta please the missus.
We're gonna move along.
Okay. Celebrating by pouring ink over EG repeatedly.
G is for gloop it up. That's what's happening right now.
I keep losing Al. Okay, there we go.
I mean, it happens. We can kill it if we want to, but I'm
No,
kind of
it's fine. It's fine. It was me. I wanted to see it better, but me moving it kill you. It's okay. You're fine. You're fine.
It has to do with like losing focus in the Discord call is where.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I fixed it.
Yeah.
We're
good. We're good.
Next letter is okay. Now, this one might be sexy, but this is not sexy, right?
No, agreed.
No. Okay.
Not at all. It's not.
Right? It's like I
This
don't
guy's
know.
trying to dap me up. Going for the dap up.
Like
Friend zoned.
it's part of the gang that all kind of all look the same. It's like it's a P/Q, but like with the weak arm and at the bottom. It's also part of the A, but like with just a weak tail. I don't know. To me, unpleasant right away.
This particular version of it, I think, makes it even grosser than it is. Like, Al's doing a good example of it doesn't have to be this icky. I hate the way this one is, like, the connection points on it for the round part. It's gross. I don't like it.
I'm actually with you on that one as well. I'm kind of losing my mind about it because like this is actually this basic letter form, the core letter form underneath it all is a letter form that I like. I like the head G with the scooping tail. I do like that, but this one's a really bad execution of it. I'm kind of losing my mind. I want to know which font this is so I don't use this font ever.
I might be able to tell you. It is gross and it is doing it no favors right now. Let's see.
It's the tail, right? I think it's the
tail's indecisive.
Like,
the tail
take that, right?
The tail's almost like kind of creepy.
It's lacking exaggeration, and I think the other problem is weight. In that,
the weight's way off. The weight's way off.
The weight is off. The bowl or the cup, I forget which one it is for G, is it being as wide as the loop at the bottom as the hook is just bad proportioning, icky, gross. There's no visual weight here, and it's too tall. It being the same height as the lowercase e in its entirety is bad.
We seem to be very easily all in agreement here. It's not. Is it?
Yeah, this one's a simple one. This one's not
offensive or unpleasant.
Yeah,
I would say.
I want to go offensive.
Offensive.
I could go offensive.
Okay, let's go
this
offensive.
This particular letter form is offensive. Just it as a glyph that exists, I think, is unpleasant. But this specific one, I don't like.
Yeah, I really
don't like
wish we
spelled the word egg though.
Again, I'm doing out. Yeah, I'm doing out different ones of the same core letter form that are that I think look good, and I'm just like,
yeah, you're doing a lot of justice to
that
it.
The same letter, but just
But that's why I split them. That's why I was I have to make a separate tier list for this because the difference is so much of a big deal. It's such a big deal.
But man,
honestly, the horrible thing is me and EG could probably do this with like a half a dozen fonts. Like I could do this with just curly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
All right.
Okay, the next one. Okay, I'm gonna be right away. This, to me, I think that the capital H, it's either sexy or charming. The capital H by itself is, how can I say? It's simple, right? It's simple, but there is a structure, especially with all of the feet like this. If it is just like a regular one that doesn't have it, I think it's better with the feet. It reminds me of something of me, of my shape, of it reminds me of
foundation,
like a foundation. Yes, exactly, a foundation, a construction. It's it's I don't know. But at the same time, maybe what I'm realizing is the difference between me and Al is maybe I'm a little bit less asymmetrical than he is.
Yeah.
So maybe this is why
easy.
To me
that's easy to do. I like asymmetry a lot. So.
But this is not unpleasant and offensive to me for sure. It's either sexy or charming.
Okay.
But go ahead.
my anecdote for this one is that I told my father, Fungi Father as he is known, I went on family vacation 2 weeks ago. I told him that we were doing this collab, which he thought was hilarious and fantastic, and he had a couple of things to say about a couple letters, and I just need to tell you what he had to say about this. And this is the direct quote of what came out of his mouth, which is, they're touching tips. And I said, what?
Incredible, powerful shroom.
Not words I want to hear leave my father's mouth.
They're touching.
I don't know if you learned that, I guess.
A powerful.
So sorry. Sorry to.
I'm trying to visualize it.
It makes sense to me. I understand. I understand it. This is I'm
No, I think
that you don't see it. You don't. He doesn't see the docking.
I think I do. But man, my brain like never closely went there. But now I see it. Now I see it. Especially if you.
My brain would have never gone there either.
Yeah.
It kind of ruined it for me. Or not ruined, but.
So how do you feel about it?
That's so fucking funny.
How do I feel about it? So going into it, I felt kind of similarly about Janken, but I'm kind of between on this one, where yes, it is really nice and sturdy and foundational, and having all of those opportunities for nice serifs, it's good, but I fear that it's just missing some flair. There's a very particular cursive H that is very nice, where you, instead of having the crossbar in the center be flat, it loops from like the bottom corner up across, and that is so much nicer. I feel like this is one of the ones where the font is what matters. This is like the most boring iteration of it for me, almost. I think that sans serif is terrible and worse. And also I don't like ladders. I don't like safe ladders, and this is the safest ladder there is, but it is foundational and strong.
Okay.
So
without mentioning the tips, how do you feel about that?
I think it's I think that of all of the letters, it is perhaps the one that's the most like domineering and in your face. And I definitely know that there are people who are particularly into that. It is less what I am into. I can show that like when I default to doing capital H's, right, I prefer doing them in a different style than the double ladder style. I kind of agree with EG. I think I am torn between charming and unpleasant on this one. It's definitely not offensive to me, but it leaves me a little cold.
Yeah. I can't get the mental image out of my head that was bestowed upon me by the great evils of my family, but so that actually
get your dad on stream. Give me a collab with your dad.
Oh, that would be something. Oh my.
So
I don't know about that one.
Where would you put it then?
I'm an unpleasant with H. It's too symmetrical for me, and I think the latter version of it is just too boring. And I have terrible images in my brain, and that is probably an unpleasant experience anyway, the unpleasant image in my brain. So.
Oh, you did disable the ladders.
Yeah, I did disable the ladders because they would get in your way. Hey! You sucked all the life out of me. All of my color has gone.
Yeah, well, with that story of
yeah, that's how I feel.
Of your shroom dad.
Don't worry, that's not the only fungi father mention we'll have here today.
Shroom there.
All right. Now the lowercase H. I'm gonna let you guys start with this one.
So I like lowercase h a lot, but I feel like this style of writing lowercase h, there's a big failing to my mind with it. And I'm just gonna draw because I like to do this. I feel like it's much more interesting. It's a very easy step, and it doesn't really cause any problem to pull the descender below the line.
Yeah. Oh, that's chef's kiss. That's beautiful.
I know, right? I just feel like such a lost opportunity to stop to put the feet on the line.
Yeah.
You're just being fancy, though. This one is. Not
I am
fancy.
being fancy.
Yeah, but
no,
this
that's my
one
point.
Is
that's
not
my point. It's like
yeah.
That's my point, right? Is like this feels like I am mostly feeling the loss of opportunity when I look at this particular version.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Someone said it in chat before I said it. It's a chair. Like I can't find a chair sexy. I am
fair.
Okay.
I think I'm It's a creature to me, and it's a four-legged creature to me.
Yeah,
and
I see
not
it. You could even say
it's a giraffe.
It's a
Yes.
a giraffe. You could say that.
Miss me with that.
Okay,
I don't think. Yep, quadruped ain't doing it for me. I would put unpleasant, but it's much better than the other H.
Yeah. Okay.
What were you putting it at? Al?
I was actually willing to put it in unpleasant.
In unpleasant.
Either unpleasant or charming. Either unpleasant or charming. I'm not going to be a tiebreaker here.
Okay, unpleasant is fine with me. Okay, wow, that was simple. That was
an easy one. It's a chair. It's a creature. We've
Okay.
personified it to the point where
Missed
we can't
opportunity.
inject any sexiness into that.
Now, the next one, I think,
Miss Janken does object on that one, but
depends on the kind of chair. Oh my god.
I don't know. I want to know what you mean by that.
The next, we're just gonna move along.
yeah.
The next one is the most, the most boring letter of the alphabet. Is it not? I mean, sometimes something is so simple that it's interesting, but like it's a pillar, it's a line.
Yeah.
I don't know if what do you guys
Can I
think?
raise you that
You
it's the
seem
most
like you had an
phallic?
opinion.
Yeah, can I raise to you that it's the most phallic? However,
Yes.
At the same time, I have such a disdain for capital I and lowercase l being the just entirely too similar to each
yes,
other, and
man,
typesetting them because they're so
yes.
thin and spindly drives me nuts. So I
Okay.
will say, this fella is phallic, but this is like, I shouldn't maybe say it that way.
I mean, it could look like a dick. It doesn't make it more sexy, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not. There are some phalluses that are attractive, and there's some that are not, and I would say there's one that is not.
Yeah, no. It's,
It lacks
all
the
skinny.
fundamental things that I am into, and it lacks visual interests. It's more absence than presence.
Yes,
I'm going to make a
lack
brief
curve.
aside that just a total brief aside that I'm a long-standing hater of the seeming universal adoption of sans serif in online context, and this has become a special problem recently, where somebody was I rated into somebody, and somebody said Al's art is wonderful.
Oh.
And the streamer got heated and was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you come in here and say that AI art is good?
Oh no.
no.
And the person had to explain, no, I was talking about Almantas.
That's crazy.
Not AI.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Dreadful.
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 Do we
Dreadful.
hate that
So
guy? I think we hate that guy.
I think we hate that guy. I think we stormed that guy's house.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think I hate that guy. I am being reminded that my name is like 50% eyes.
It's true, but Al,
that is a
do you agree with the
curse also.
offensive? Al, did you break?
No, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Do you agree with the capital I being offensive?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Perfect.
And
To the second point though, and talk about point, the lowercase I though, there's something with you took the simplicity that we hate with the I, but then you add a little cute dot at the top of it, and suddenly these things become cute. To my opinion.
I like the break. I like the
It's
break. I'm with you.
cute.
I think cute is a good word for it. I think the break
Yeah.
is good. I think the separation is good. I think usually when we think about symmetry, we have been talking about like left-right symmetry, but the way that this disrupts our concepts around up-down symmetry, I really like. It is also a very important letter in the troll word for calligraphy, which is minimum. And yeah. And so I'm about this guy. I think charming is good.
So, yeah, this guy is me, like as a person. I think. I hate. This
I would
letter.
describe you as charming.
I hate this letter to an extreme degree because in typesetting, it sucks. It breaks constantly. You always lose the top bit of it. It breaks. It drives me nuts. And then also, in vinyl cutting, where you have to peel the vinyl off around it, this is the worst letter that they've ever invented and made. You will have to completely recut a vinyl because you lose one single dash on the top of an I in the alignment, and my trauma in that makes me dislike it.
Yeah,
but it is
I was
also
about to say, that's more trauma than about the letter itself, though.
Yeah. But trauma does taint what can and cannot be found as attractive. I will let you guys have it be charming, and that it is just kind of a little guy to some degree.
Yeah, it's like a little guy.
It's the way I'm shaped. I'm a big old dot at the top of a tiny, thin, spindly little.
I see it. I definitely see it, and it's all over your name.
It is. Not intentional, but I'll let you have charming.
All right.
Minimum.
That's good.
Minimum.
It's like Russian cursive.
All righty then. So we're gonna tread along with the J, capital J. It's
how do you feel about it?
Well, it's an I that is trying a little bit more, but it has the same problem that the G had, which is
really?
like it's a better tail, but it's kind of the similar kind of tail. I don't dislike it as much as I dislike the GJ all the time. It's gonna be like brain racking to me. Then the G, it's I don't know. I could swing depending on what you guys have to say about it.
I thought you would have felt stronger considering it is your first name, first letter.
Oh, I don't care about that. I don't care. It's
me and the EG are taking this way more personally.
No. I don't take it as personal being the part of Janken, especially because my name is Japanese. So when I think of Janken, I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, I think in Japanese. I don't think in English alphabet. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, even if I write it like on YouTube, I used to have it also in kana, but I decided to just like have the Romaji version. No, I don't really associate it with my name somehow. So I don't know. How do you guys feel about it?
I would put it in unpleasant. I feel like it's a little bit more interesting than the capital I, but it's still kind of like lacking much of anything going for it other than being slightly asymmetrical. That's really about my thoughts on it. I'm not super into it.
That's fair. I feel like we're once again acknowledging the bias of the people who are up here before us, which is that I feel like in certain groups, the phallic nature of the I and the J would have been way more important and would have been much heavier in the consideration. But I think our polling group here is 3 people who don't care.
I mean, okay, let's be. I'm gonna say it straight up.
We're not 14 years
old. I don't think that a penis or just genitals in general. I don't think genitals looks like sexy per se. I'm just saying it.
I don't think any of the 3 of us are thinking that, but exactly. I think that there are a lot of people who would disagree with us.
No.
I
do agree.
No. It's definitely a sampling bias from us all being old men.
Yeah.
I am so happy to be an honorary old man right now. I am so happy to be an. You're upset. I'm happy. I'm so happy to be an honorary old man.
I'm not. This is just funny the way he was like, oh yeah, old man. So I was just like, wait. What does that mean? Why? Anyway, I'm not gonna talk. I'm gonna think and talk about this further. So unpleasant.
What is going on in your brain?
I mean,
yeah.
We're talking about genitals in old men. That's what like just. Yeah, exactly. That's the
okay.
following.
Yep,
Yeah,
noted.
exactly. Yep.
I don't want to think about. I don't want to think about that. That's okay.
Exactly. Okay. Unpleasant.
Unpleasant.
Oh, 7. Get that guy out of here.
Now, this guy is the I cousin, basically.
It's jaunty. It's jaunty. I think that the not being so extended all the way to the top line is it makes the balance feel a lot better to me. I'm much more charmed by this fellow.
I
think so too. But do we think it's sexy though?
No.
No,
it's too like I said, it's jaunty. It's
it's more fun. It's more fun for sure.
It's juvenile.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, I like that this has become a competition of trying to describe the letter using words that start with it.
I live for this shit. This is much better than like the pun word play. I'm so bad at pun word play. All my chat is so good at it. Like they're flexing on me on the dad skills.
Mine are too, and I don't even get them half the time, and then I have to reread. I read it out loud, and then I reread it twice, and I'm like, yeah.
Half the time I think it's like they're reporting like an audio problem that I didn't understand.
Yep. I think I pronounced something wrong.
Yeah. But yeah, the J is more cute than sexy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's still charming, so I just put it in front of
definitely
it.
Charming.
I guess.
Yeah, charming.
Yeah, definitely.
Charming for sure.
Excellent. Let me just now. I just want to grow this here a little
Extendo.
bit. Yeah, I'm extending because we are getting.
Yeah,
not this,
the letters are big.
We've got room at the top to cut off as well.
Yeah.
Push up.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need that. We don't need to. People know that we're on Tier Maker.
Yeah,
oh, that's true.
You're right. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, they don't need a shout out. They know where we're at.
Okay.
Shout out to small independent streamer Tier Maker. All right.
Next,
what we got?
Letter. We have the capital K. It's an interesting letter. It has something that I feel that not a lot are doing, except maybe the R. I especially like here this font. It has like a little kind of curvature, and I don't like the K. You know, some people do K in a very crazy manner, where the one that goes down, right? This one does it a tiny bit, but they would start like in the middle of like the I don't know if I've seen people write it like that. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And then that is a bit too much to me. I don't know. I think it's an interesting one. I wouldn't say offensive. I think it's charming and pleasant for me, but you guys maybe have more to say about the letter K.
EG has prepared thoughts. I'm really curious as what their thoughts are.
So Janken is right in that it does bring something to the table that not many of them bring, which is diagonal movement. So few letters get any amount of diagonal movement, and that does open us up to a world of possibility, which is lovely. But unfortunately, like there are some claims to be made here. I'll talk to the positives first, which is that waist snatched, nice long legs, people are into those things. I feel like those are associations that could be made here. However, for some reason, the letter K to me is like trying too hard. It's like, pick me, girl. We get it, girl. You made it on the cheer team. You can do a cartwheel. No, you're trying too hard. You've put me off.
Okay. An interesting way of looking at it. I just kind of struggle with K, with capital K. It's a letter form I never feel like I have a good handle on. It's one that I struggle to make look right. I know that the diagonal movement is something the two of you called out as a positive, but for me it has been a positioning that I've never quite been able to get comfortable with.
When doing calligraphy, you mean?
Yeah, I'm talking mostly in terms of the calligraphy, and it's hard to get that association out of my mind. like this one less than I like other forms of K, and I'm definitely going to like it less than the lowercase k because I kind of don't like the vertical symmetry.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, the lowercase the lowercase k is cuter.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be more into the lowercase k.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to put this one kind of in unpleasant, and also like going back to our older principles, even compared to other types of uppercase k's you can make, this one is so kiki.
It is. It is so kiki, and the fact that they have like you don't have to weight your K right in the middle, which I think Janken was mentioning also.
Yeah.
Like you can have that like apex be slanted higher, and then you get visual weight, or the like outer extents of the top versus bottom stroke of the angularity. I'm like doing diagrams with my hands right now.
It's great.
Like
It's
they
great.
don't
Don't
have
stop.
to be. They don't have to be the same width. Like the upper part of it could be narrower or tucked in further, which I think that is where the lowercase k shines. It brings us contrast, which is what we want.
Yeah.
And this guy just lacks.
So this
in
guy is
contrast.
unpleasant then.
I would not accept this thing being higher than capital A.
Okay.
That just
Yeah,
does not feel
unpleasant,
right.
too kiki.
So in the same, so if we can just like fasten our opinion here, so in the same, then we seems to be in agreement that the lowercase k is then charming
Yes.
because
I'm down with that.
like having like the non symmetrical. I do agree on this one. I like it. I don't know why it looks cuter. It just like it's like it's this like this guy's trying too much, but this guy is just like I'm just a little guy in comparison to the K. I don't know. I kind of like it.
I think it actually uses the negative space in a way that I find suggestive and interesting. I do prefer the ones that are looped more than the ones that are just the bar. So that's just like a little bit of a mark on the specific font. But I think in this context, I think I'm cool with it being on the lower end of charming.
We yearn for a little more booba to push it up into the sexy realm, but I would say definitely charming.
Yeah. I think we had some more boba in there. I'd be a little bit more intrigued.
We'd be down for it, yeah.
All right. Personally, the next two, I could like literally put them. Well, okay. It's the same goddamn thing, right? The lowercase L. Like if we hate this guy, we gotta hate this guy. No.
Why is he taller?
Why
is he taller
exactly? Why is
than
he
a
taller?
capital
That
letter?
doesn't even make sense.
Please
Like I hate it.
tell me.
Oh, we skipped uppercase L.
No. I just want to deal with this one because that's gonna be easy.
Okay, no, get that.
Jenkins
Get
so
that.
upset about it. We just gotta get out of the way first.
Yeah, exactly. And then I hate that they look
Gotta
like
get that.
yeah, exactly. But I'm not sure if I'm also ready to like the uppercase version. I see this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't want to say that. I don't even play that. But it's so present in my streamer life, in my content creator life. I just see League of Legends.
The L looms high above all of us. I can't think of
and I see
anything
the
less
L,
sexy
like
than
take
League.
the L. It's the same as F to me. It became like too much of a bad representation, alpha loser, you know, and I don't know. I'm not positive toward it. Looks like a foot.
Oh,
It's
actually,
just
wait, you
like-
saying that? You've actually made me send it straight lower. Okay.
Looks like a foot. Like I don't know.
That actually changed my whole perspective. Well, I was actually going to try and defend it in some manner, but actually now, no, I will not defend it. Number one thing to know about me, I don't even have feet. Canonically, my shoes are empty. I hate feet, like nothing else on this planet of Earth. And I'm sure there's people who would disagree with me heavily and be mad that we are moving feet out of the sexy category. But no, I would put that straight into unpleasant. I put it in
can see
offensive.
I can see that my own server is super active right now, and I could actually believe that somebody's shouting right now at you saying that. But I
angered the wasps. Al, you're gonna dissent. Do you have a dissenting
Is this-
opinion?
I don't hate it. I don't
letter
hate
of
it,
your
but I
name.
might. Well, I mean, it's the lowercase one, and like we had our typesetting problems with this particular instantiation of the lowercase l. So I'm down with where we've landed on the lowercase l. I'm not going to object on that one. And I don't really use the uppercase L in my name, right? Because I don't do my name in full caps. But I mean, I could do it. Just takes up a lot of space and time. But also, I prefer mixed case whenever possible. I didn't see it as a foot. I saw it as a very obedient person.
Sitting.
Yeah. So there is that, but you guys feel super strong about.
You see a knee instead, right? Is that why the obedient?
Oh, I see a lap. I see like a lap. I see like a sitting person. I see like a person who's like sitting obediently and waiting. I do like negative space. I do like things that use negative space creatively.
Yeah.
And this is more creative than the way that C uses it.
I agree.
But the two of you seem to feel pretty freaking strongly about it. So
I'm ready to go unpleasant and not offensive because, and I know we're not covering that, and I shouldn't, but do we agree though that a cursive L is fucking cool?
Yeah.
A cursive L is really cool to me. Like this, it's like it's not even the same letter. Like it's so different they are. Man, it's so cool. It's so
There's
cool.
so much flair. So bodacious.
This one you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
So
a
that
good letter.
kind of saves it because I know it exists, but this form is still unpleasant.
It's also not what we're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a lot of actually like a lot of my calligraphy L's, to be honest. I'm actually
pretty happy with how I do L in calligraphy.
I'll admit it looks cool, but Janken has provided me with the thought hazard of it's a foot, and I won't get over that one. I can't recover. I was gonna have all these defenses for it, playing with space interestingly, and it being one of the only letters that is fully one of the only caps that is so aligned and so empty in the space that it holds. But no, I will not validate the L of receiving that.
I think often about a joke where a person, like these people are writing down things they like about their body, and one person, the only thing they put down is their feet, and somebody's like, "What the fuck? Why did you put that down?" And she's like, "My feet take me to the bar."
Wow.
Which I've always found kind of amusing.
You could say that for your legs. It doesn't have to be the feet itself.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You can put me off at the ankle and put me on the
so
ankle,
this is the thing about being online poisoned is that like feet have such specific associations from the last like 10-20 years of online culture. Normally people outside of this world do say you walk with your feet.
It's true. I see.
This is definitely one of the other ones where it is showing our bias.
There's it's, when you make a tier list.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're ready. I think unpleasant for the L. For you, I think it would be even offensive, but because you were like maybe giving it offensive is fine. The next letter though, the capital M. Like, okay, I'm gonna start again. I cannot hate this guy. I gotta think this guy is sexy. It's okay. I can't really show it to you. It's literally me. It's me. It's Janken. It's the shoulder. It's the V-neck. It's the strong composure. If I don't think that this is sexy, I don't find myself sexy.
So if Al and I say something else, we're insulting you then. That's dangerous. That's manipulation.
The thing is like in terms of body shape, almost anything you say about Janken applies to me.
In a way, you don't have the V-neck as like I do, but
I do have the very sharp eyebrows pointing in.
You could say it like that,
yeah. I think it's fine to not be your own type. I think that's pretty normal.
Of course.
I think that's for one thing, that's like that's pretty much all straight people would fall into that.
Fair,
trap.
You're right.
But I don't know. But to me, this one, I kind of like the one we're looking at too. Like you could have some M, like let's say like the M that on YouTube, right? The capital M, like where it's more straight. But this one is a bit more like angle, like the let's call it like the arm or the legs.
I'm
which
trying to figure out where there's an M in the word YouTube.
Same.
Use the
Same.
font they're using.
I did the same.
Wait a
YouTube.
second. No.
So yeah, that's how I feel to think about it.
One of my like most, I don't even know what to call it, takes, like weird like corporate logo takes, is I actually love the Marriott M.
Ah.
I love that M. The very like wave looking M. I really like that one. This M, I gotta say, I'm kind of just okay on. It's very kiki. It's very symmetrical. It's a lot of things I don't particularly like. So that's kind of where I'm landing on it. It's like the H to me. I think it's very similar to the H. I like it a little bit more. I just kind of visually find it a little bit more interesting. It
makes
H.
sense that you compare it to the H, and I thought that the H was sexy, and I think that this one is sexy, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. So E.G.
If I... Huh? That's new. Don't full name me that way. How do I phrase this in a way that doesn't sound sort of strange?
No, go ahead.
Having grown up in the PS2 era, or at least growing up playing PS2 games, I guess this is a strange angle to approach.
Okay, go on.
The angle of playing PS2 games, they really give us a lot to work with. But one of the things people sure did take and run with, and sure did work with, if we're talking about finding things sexy or not, is, man, if I just say Lara Croft.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Lara Croft, also similar of that era. Tifa, two big heavy hitters as far as sexuality goes. Love these ladies. If Janken, were you going for putting it in sexy? Is that what you were?
I was ready for sexy.
Okay, I'm with you.
So you're a fan of triangular booba.
I'm not saying I'm a fan of it.
Okay,
I'm saying you work with what you get. We got used to it.
No,
you adapt,
I
you
see
improvise,
it.
you overcome.
Wait, I thought you were going to badmouth it.
No.
No,
they had to be efficient in their polygons, and they gave more polygons to that area than really anywhere else. They didn't get noses, but they got two separate breasts.
No, it was a time. It was a time. Where they round shapes were not really there yet. So
no, we can't support those.
So then,
also, not speaking as me, but a friend told me these things.
Yes. From a friend.
I'm sure. Yes.
I heard this from a friend. Yeah.
Yes, from a friend. Yes.
I have to protect my image.
Al, do you feel particular on fighting the two sexy?
I'm not gonna fight super hard on this. I'm not gonna fight you guys on this one. I don't agree, but I'm not gonna fight you. I will. My fight meter is low for this one. This is not one that like actually made me angry.
What about
What
about the lowercase m then?
I think it's better than uppercase M.
I'm not gonna talk on it because I'm not gonna talk on it. You'll see why. So you think it's better? Because
I think it's better. Again, I like the mixture of Kiki and Boba elements. I think that the mixture of soft and strong is good. I think the smaller is good. That's really about it. It's
okay.
I think I'm getting less articulate as we go on. We've hit the halfway point in the alphabet. I think I've gotten less.
We've almost hit midnight 30.
Yeah.
For me, it's midday here in Japan. I'm having it. No problem.
See, I had assumed that the later it got in the night, the more my filter would probably go away, but well, I don't know if that's a trend yet. Given my last case, maybe.
So what about the lowercase m then? Do you have non-filtered thought about it?
surprisingly, this thought is more filtered, which is that the point that we made about lowercase h in the alternate glyph where it has the overshoot from the bottom, there is a version of M that has that, lowercase m, and that is the one I much prefer. I feel like with this one, the repetition gets to me for some reason. The repetition is getting to me in that I like it. It's got the good blend, it's got the kiki, it's got the booba, it's got the firm strength, it's standing on 3 legs. 3 legs.
Cute.
But at the same time, it's just the repetition. I'm lost in it, and I'd put it in charming. It's not quite enough for sexy for me.
Okay. I will say that when we think about this, like this lowercase, this pull through, this breakthrough on the footer, I think it actually looks better with the lowercase n. Is definitely like a factor, right? Like,
yeah.
But about the letter N,
right.
I'm gonna do something simple for me. I'm not even gonna speak.
Okay.
You're gonna need to check the.
Oh, goofball.
What? Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's what I see. That's what I see. I see the fist. I see. I don't think I'm ready to put it as sexy. At least put it at charming, but not below charming for sure. And then it's the little guy of the big M. It's just like, and I personally like the way that it's a structure with. I think it's more interesting than an N, to be honest. I like the repetition personally more than the N. The N is just. It's double N, right? So I don't know. I'm down for charming.
You bringing fist into the equation definitely would sweeten the deal for some people.
Yeah, some people like.
Yes, some people.
some
Some
impact.
yes. Without going in details, yeah, some people do.
We'll leave it there. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
for us,
I
it's
will
just
say-
charming.
This does bring into. There's been a couple of them that have happened where.
I like the.
I feel
water
like
on you.
weird.
That's kind of perfect.
What are they doing? Why are we doing this to me? I didn't say anything wrong or untrue. No need to
I just thought
me.
I clicked it because it amuses me. It's literally.
It's you. You're torturing me. Thanks. But I feel mildly like this is like really personifying things. The personification where people are mentioning like the lowercase m as being the younger brother or like the younger version of the other one makes me feel horrible and terrible about where we were placing letters, and it makes me feel especially strange about lowercase a leading the bunch here. But I will stay with what we said. It's not weird. It's fine. We're not going to think too hard about it. It's fine. Did you make me actually?
That was not me. I did not do that one.
My glasses stay on for the duration of this. I have to hide my sins from the world behind my lens. I also have to match with you.
They're fighting you.
They are
swear.
fighting me. Now they're gone.
Yeah,
You don't get any glasses now.
Oof. So we agree with M being charming.
Sure.
Al, you fine with this?
I think I'm fine with that. I think I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
Okay.
I think it's better than capital M, but I
You think this?
Let's keep
Oh,
going.
okay. Okay.
Al,
I said
you
we're tough.
give in too easily, I think. You need to
I
fight for what you
do.
believe
I am
in.
a
You need to fight.
I'm a soft man. I'm a
You
gentle
just
man.
let Janken and I have our way with wherever we want these letters to be. You gotta pick a stand on at least one of them. That is my goal for
no,
this evening.
I dunked E right into offensive immediately.
Okay, that's
It's
fair.
true,
I'll give you
it's
that.
true.
Okay.
Like,
But you gotta
I-
defend the things you love with the same vigor as you
and
defend
that-
the things you hate.
I defended capital A. I said it was my top, not capital A, lowercase a. It was my
Okay.
top one. I'm standing by it.
All right.
Uh,
I'll keep an eye on you.
I'm sure when he wants to fight for it, he will.
I don't like the capital N. I just don't like it. Just flat out. Not into it.
What about the
Mystery
capital N then?
Symmetry.
No, it's very symmetrical. This is a very symmetrical capital N.
Yeah. How do you feel about it?
But
You want to say what
can
you
you
feel
show me where
about
the
it?
line of symmetry is?
Do you
really
know
want
what
to
rotational symmetry is?
Okay, sure. It has rotational symmetry. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Sure, fine.
Spins.
It's asymmetrical. It is rotational symmetry. I know we like spinning. Okay, that's fine.
So how do we feel about the N? the capital N.
I say I find it unpleasant. I just kind of find it unpleasant.
Oh, you said unpleasant? I didn't hear it.
I said I didn't like it, but I'll clarify this. Unpleasant for me.
Okay.
This is partially non-trivially. This is because again, I do a lot of calligraphy. In Gothic, capital N's are a nightmare. I have never made one that I felt particularly good about. It's not as bad as the capital E, so I don't have like as miserable of associations with it, but I just don't like it very much. I also, again, like things that I've been consistent about. It's all Kiki no Boba.
Yeah.
It's not really doing much with its negative space. It's just kind of lacking the things that I'm looking for. Again, this one is not one of the ones I feel super strong with. I'm just telling you all the thoughts.
As much as I said I love the M, you would think that I also like the N, but it's again maybe what is it with me? Am I incomplete, guys? Do I have like something about being incomplete? I feel like it could be it could be something else. It could be something else. It could be a M, you know, it could be a W, it could be a V, but I don't know. It's well, the V's worse anyway. But we'll talk about that later.
Okay, we'll get to V. Yeah.
I'm ready to put it as unpleasant. It's also a Z. It's also a Z, just like when you rotate it. So that doesn't really help it, to be honest. So yeah, no, unpleasant is fine with me. You're being dizzy a little bit.
See, I don't want to fight that hard about this one. I like N because for me, the off-center weight of the slants paired with the repetition does do something nice. But I'm not gonna fight you guys on that one too hard because it's not that pressing. It's also, to me, somebody sitting with their knees like up to their chest, which is not inherently like sexy or unsexy. So I will just let it be where it is.
Okay.
Fine by me.
All right. What about the lowercase n?
Yes.
This one feels cuter.
I like lowercase n.
Just like the M, it could be better than a. And could be just double.
Yeah.
I would say charming, in the same way that I thought that M was charming.
We really have a preference for lowercase letters, don't we?
I think this type script that we have in particular is pretty.
Yeah,
it's equal and sexy, but yeah,
But
I don't know. It's a mix.
It's also equal and offensive.
Yeah,
I guess.
But
I guess
our charming is very biased.
More charming. Yeah, our charming and unpleasant is much more biased.
yes.
I think that what's happening is there's a lot more combo of the round and sharp in the lowercase. And that's where we're getting more charming. And then they're short, and people think that that's cute, supposedly. Yep. So.
Supposedly. What are you feeling left out? Do we need to be calling you cute, EG?
No, you're not allowed to. That's not
all right, fair enough.
I am a gruff old man, just like the two of you.
Okay.
People call me cute all the time.
That's fine.
It's true. Me too.
Deserving of the phrase, mayhaps. I'll only accept it if under those circumstances.
If you don't want it, you don't want it. I'm not gonna make you uncomfortable here, buddy.
I don't care.
You know.
Lowercase n lacks the repetition that the M has, but it's okay. It's fine. Yeah. Another one, I'm like, okay, sure, charming. Why not?
Right. Sounds good to me.
All right. I think we're gonna do the next one together because just one is bigger than the other. I don't know, unless it's important to you, and I spell moo on the tier list. It's a circle, guys. Circle are powerful, but at the same time, you know, kind of a little bit boring. Like I said, that's literally what I'm thinking. I think the circle as an identity, as a symbolism, is very powerful by itself, but at the same time, it is just like it's just a circle. It's a little bit more than a circle.
It is arguably the most pure boba letter.
Yeah. It's round.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I feel like I get good work done with O's in my writing, but I'm actually kind of curious, EG. What's the deal with O's in typesetting? What do these do? Are these a nightmare? Because the other vowels you've had strong feelings about.
Yeah, vowels are gonna have a strong feeling in any typesetting, just because that's what you like. 80% of it is, if it's not just spacing. But O is fine. O, A, E are all pretty comparable as far as stress goes with the actual process of typesetting. We just run out of E's. I sucks, and U is also just kind of fine. So I don't really have any distaste in that manner. I will say that O is... Are you familiar with the word vonic?
No. Not me, at least.
Vonic is the... is phallic in the other direction.
I mispronounced that yonic.
Oh, yonic. Sorry, what am I talking about? Yeah, yonic, not vonic. That's actually a different thing. Hang on. Yeah, yonic. So O is yonic. It is an orifice. Good O word for it.
Yes, we got it.
Janken's like, shut up.
No,
Stop saying the words.
Understood, but you felt like the importance of specifying.
Sorry, I needed to say the word because it started with a letter.
I see the letter O, right? Yes.
Yeah, but once again, genitalia is not inherently attractive inherently. I know some people might be into it in the direction or angle of more so mouth. But like that doesn't appeal
somebody
to me.
relayed hugs.
Oh yeah. As like X and O as in hugs and kisses. I guess that's an association.
No, yeah. I did not even think about it, so maybe it's not important to me.
This guy doesn't care about hugs. You heard
I'm not. Oh my god, don't stop me with that. Like, someone's gonna be yelling in chat.
Now.
But how do we feel about it? Like, is it sexy? Because charming, it's. I feel like it's not. It's either. It's. Charming doesn't fit for O. I don't know why. The word charming for the O, to me it's said to be sexy or not.
Oh, okay. There's no in between. It's either sexy or it's unpleasant.
I don't know.
For you?
I don't know. I
can kind of go with the lowercase one. I feel like the balance on the uppercase one is all fucked up.
It is. Yeah, I'm with you.
So which one you say is fucked up?
With capital O.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It kind of feels unpleasant looking at it right now.
I agree.
It's again not a letter that you have to make look like crap, but I think this one does.
Yeah. It's not great.
Yeah, this one is.
And we've called out this specific font, notably for the lowercase g. So I'm gonna.
We are haters on this font.
Yes,
we are.
Yeah.
Watch your back, whatever this may be. I couldn't figure out what it is, but watch your back. My thought for lowercase O is not my thought. I told you Fungi Father would come back.
Hell yeah,
so,
let's hear it.
Okay.
Here's another. Fungi Father said, we didn't talk about O extensively, but we did cover the ground of, it may or may not refer to, what we'd already said. My father said one word about the smaller O, and the word was tighter, and that was where the conversation ended. I was like, we're no longer
I could have
discussing
seen it in the sky. I should have seen it in the sky.
Wow.
I said I'm gonna go laugh my head off somewhere else, but I no longer have the desire to discuss this with you.
Wow.
My father's a very unfiltered man and is the polar opposite of me, if you have not gathered that. But I guess it doesn't matter to me. That's not something that benefits me in any manner, so that doesn't make things sexier or not, but
it is
I'm sure for a lot of people that does matter, huh?
Actually I said something about white earlier. When we were talking about this seed, remember? Anyway,
really ripped my jacket.
Can't be hating on width, okay?
So how do we feel? Is sexy, charming? How do we feel about?
Once again, the knowledge that I was bestowed is knowledge that is maybe sexual in nature, but does not make it sexy to me.
I don't know. You said it has to be either sexy or not, and I'd be more inclined towards sexy. I don't feel actually that strongly about it. I would actually be inclined towards charming on my own side.
What about you, EJ?
Okay. I'll permit charming. I'll permit it.
Okay.
Okay, but you'd fight us on sexy. Okay.
We're gonna have.
Yeah, I would fight you on sexy. I'll permit charming.
We're gonna have double no. In that.
No, that's really good. That's really good. Now it's more than worth it. Now it's more than worth it.
I didn't even notice that. No. We have ace. We have no. Those are our only words we have currently.
It's true.
What? No, chick is totally a word.
Iggy.
Who? Me?
Capital P. Again, this is one of those places where I do feel like I've got the bias that EG noted earlier, where I feel like the capitals are. I like the capitals less than the lowercases.
Yeah, which is crazy because if we were looking at any kind of script or the caps would be dominating this probably.
Oh yeah, no, for Gothic it would be incredibly one-sided. Yeah, there's very few cases where I think the lowercase Gothics are better than the uppercase Gothics. No, it would be dominating, and same with
I usually
anything
prefer uppercase myself. In general.
Yeah.
But now that we're doing this for sexiness, maybe it's different. But just in general, I think you can see them better. They are stronger in presence. Just in general.
Yeah.
I think they're using the negative space poorly, which is I'm as a person who really likes my Eastern art.
Yeah.
As a person who likes my Eastern and my sumie and related arts, I love my negative spaces.
Yeah, I agree. As a printmaker, yeah.
yeah.
I'm with you.
It's going against the maximalist trend. I don't know. What do people think about the capital P?
It's a reverse. It's a reverse B. At least in the lowercase b.
Excuse me, sorry.
It's a reverse lowercase b.
You do not see this as a woman with a large bosom?
Somehow no. The B more like this. I can see what you mean, but no, somehow I don't for this one. I don't know why. It's weird.
Can I teach you the sign? Do you know the sign language for the letter P?
Hold on. I did at one point, but I forgot. Now you've called me on the spot. I forgot.
Make a V with your. Let's see if I can even do it with my hand tracking. It might not like it. Make a V with your. Hold your thumb up so that your thumb is peeking through between your two fingers, and then flip it upside down. That's P.
No way.
This is
no, wrong upside down. Vertical.
Oh yeah, no. This one I can't remember. This one's tricky to show.
Yeah, it's hard to show. Yeah, like that.
Is this S?
Yeah.
They are literally saying that it's a phallic letter.
S is without it tucked under. Yeah, so like an ahem. Yeah. So it is shaped like it is that in
That's
and then
crazy.
My second point, because that's not my only point I have here, is that I did not see it as a bosom or a breast, but I can see what you mean. I'm picking up what you're putting down. However, I think the connotation of this letter is so strongly associated with emoji usage that I can't see it as anything other than someone sticking their tongue out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, I think it can stay where it is.
Oh, and sexy? Okay.
That's my defense. Sure. I would fight you if you think it should be lower, but I didn't say anything. But not that emoji is inherently anything, but I also associate it with the, the Vine where it's the guy going, ah ha 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 ha. He's like doing that weird like chin stroking thing. So I could be convinced to move it to unpleasant if we're gonna lean into that end of it also.
No. I think that we have. I think it's been a while since we've seen EG want to put anything in the sexy category.
Really? I was the last one to put one in there.
Oh dang it! Am I? No.
Capital M was me.
Oh, Capital M was
I think
you.
I've been the leading person for every single letter that's up there. I've rallied for.
Oh wow!
How
Interesting.
do you feel about it, Al? Again, about the P?
Yeah.
I think I might need some food. Is where I'm actually. I think I might need to grab a little bit of ice cream and take a because I think my blood sugar's getting low. Is what's happening here.
Oh no!
Wow.
I think I'm looking at it and. Like my first thought, again, I tend to be looking at these, like the personification element of it. It seems to have been kind of important to me. I don't think that any of the ones that I've accepted as I've thought of as sexy, I did not have like a vision of them as a person, and you know, I am not a person who finds just like a person looking a certain way to be like intrinsically sexy or stimulating. That's just the way a person looks.
I see.
Right? Like it's there has to be some sort of action and verve to it, rather than just a person walking around who happens to have large breasts. Like that's fine. Like congratulations, lady. But I do enjoy my asymmetry. I do enjoy my use of negative space. I guess I kind of care less about the lower right than the upper right is what I'm learning. Because it's kind of just like less interesting to me than the B to look at.
Yeah.
Is
that maybe a reading order thing where
it might be a reading
right,
order
top to bottom?
Well, it might also be like a like.
predisposed-
It might also be like a coming from like thinking in terms of like physics, right? Like I always kind of feel like the P looks like it's about to fall over.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's weighted. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weighted. It's like an axis about to fall.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. I think it. But again, like I've been on record as liking the negative space and liking the mixture of like Kiki and Dova elements. Been on record. So on precedent, on precedent, it should be higher rated than how I'm actually feeling about it, which is like lower end of charming for me.
So sexy.
No, lower end of charming for me. So
my actual emotion, charming. The lower end.
Yeah, my actual emotions are my actual like gut. Going off of gut, I put in lower end of charming.
Let's put it. I'm also thinking it. I'm not ready to put it at sexy. But
that's fine. This is the first one I've been overruled on. It was bound to happen eventually. I can't win them all.
But we have another one. We have the low. Do you want to go get something now, Al?
I will grab a quick little bit of mango sorbet. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay,
2 minutes.
We're gonna start talking about lowercase p.
Yeah, you can start. Yeah.
Cool. So lowercase p, to me, I don't know why, especially when you write on paper, on line paper, it always annoyed me. I don't know why. It just like the lower end of it, just like hanging a bit like the Q, I guess the lowercase q. It's just like apparently I have a problem with hanging. It's I don't know.
Okay.
It feels like it's going where it's not supposed to be. Like it's supposed to be between the lines, but this guy is just like, nah, man, nah. I'm just gonna go like under, and then also being an obstruction to the letter down on the other row. So to me it's worse than the normal P. Like it's like almost like you can't even see it on the image itself. Like it's trying to like get out of like there's almost no space for it to breathe down there. Like a bit like I get the I didn't like the G, right? I guess an exception maybe because of this guy. I like the dot. So to me, it's even less than the regular P. It would be unpleasant.
Yeah, the way this one is specifically drawn with having the serif on the bottom does really give it a feeling of being trapped. I'm gonna put a little money on if Almantas was here saying something about that. If Almantas was here, Almantas would have said something about that. In a direction that might have shifted it maybe higher, given previous inclinations. However, I am with you in this one being lower, and I do just need to read something that I had to read, and now I need to make sure you have also heard the words of, which is, Amber saying it's like a poop.
Yeah, and the letter P is a dirty letter, isn't it? I feel like it's
but not dirty in like the way we're referring to it as like people refer to things that are sexy as being dirty. No, dirty as in like icky.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
This one is uppercase P. You can't sway me on that one's not icky, but I can be swayed that this one's icky. Icky, nasty, gross, maybe. And
yeah.
I also have a particular dislike. I mentioned it with where was it? The G. I don't like letters in fonts where they connect like that, where they're just like smooshed onto the side, where the the belly of it, the basket, the cup, the bowl is just smooshed onto the side. I like it when it's a continuous shape, like the B in this example is the lowercase b. I don't like this lowercase p. It's smooshed on there. You don't have to draw P that way, but I agree with you that there is not really a fun way to draw lowercase p for me either that feels right. And that does change my thoughts on it extensively. So, yeah. I think
you would agree on unpleasant?
Yeah, I would. It's not offensive. There definitely are some claims that could make it offensive, but I don't dislike it enough. It could be icky, but like there's still things that aren't terrible about it. I feel like that'd be too rude of me to put it any lower. It doesn't deserve to hang out with Iggy or Eggy. Eggle? What does that say? I can't tell what letters those are.
Eggy. Okay.
What has happened to Al's face?
Yeah, he has some interesting faces.
It was a different face earlier. Why did it change?
He must have like briefly
passed through the room.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Oh,
I'm
back.
back. I'm back. There was a false alarm back where I sat down. I realized my water was empty.
We noticed because you made like a really weird face when you just sit down the first time.
Yep.
So we already agreed that the lowercase p is unpleasant unless you had some thought on it.
Yeah, what?
No. I'm kind of curious as to why the differentiation here.
Me, I was just like the big thing, just like I didn't like the G, the underline, like that is like completely like not fitting within the writing line. Usually it's kind of hanging there, which I was not a big fan of the P in the first place, so just kind of makes it worse. E.G. was saying that the P, nope, and the P, especially in lowercase, remind her of dirty words.
Okay.
Yeah. It did remind me. I do have to just clarify. That was not a thought in my mind, but someone did bring that thought into my mind, which did sully it. A lot of my opinions have been very easily soiled by the thoughts of others, I will say, in this process. I'm very malleable in my opinion.
You have been you've been corrupted in the other direction.
My brain palace is not safe any longer, but that's kind of what I expected going into this. That's okay. I was prepared to never see letters the same way again.
Also, hello, snuggy waginyanya.
What on earth is going on? Great question.
That's one of mine. That's one of my guys.
Oh. That's a name.
It is.
Also, I saw
very much
not evil, but eagle as our offensive. And if Janken's foreshadowing means anything, we probably can spell the word evil with offensive at some point. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't like V, so that's gonna be an offensive for me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm already foreshadowing.
Okay, noted. So, interesting.
Unpleasant for P, or you have some really strong thought on it.
I don't have a strong feeling on this one. I think this one's actually fine. I think this one's fine. I'm actually pretty pro this, mostly because it produces the nop nop, which I think is very.
I love this. Why did this happen?
I'm down with this.
Okay. Then in that case, we're gonna move on to the interesting O. That is the letter Q.
Yeah.
I find it sad that it doesn't cross in this font, because I like the crossing, just like I like the T, not the F, right?
Yeah.
I think the Q is an eccentric O, and I kind of like that. I'm kind of like, okay. And then it's also placed like not in the middle. Like it's this one, Al, is for you. It's kind of like asymmetrical in the sense that like there's a random line in the corner of the Q. I don't know. It's an intriguing. We talked about that earlier, right? How like being mysterious, like kind of intriguing. I think it's sexy. I think it wants to be more than an O in an eccentric kind of way, and I don't know. I like it.
Okay.
I appreciate calling it eccentric. I do think in this specific font, they did it dirty.
Yeah,
I agree. Let's agree that we're talking about like the typical Q that has like the.
I mean, we've definitely gone after this font in specific a couple times.
We are though, because we rallied much harder against certain letters here because of this font. Like lowercase g and lowercase p, this font made us definitely slant much lower. And for Q, we're like, it's okay, girly, we know you, it's fine, we'll overlook it. Just this time, just for you.
I am inclined towards unpleasant for this Q.
This one, really? Yes. This one is...
okay, for this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, in other scripts, I tend to like this gothic Q. I tend to think pretty decently of Q.
I never wrote a Q like this personally. Like with a pen, I never wrote a Q like this.
Okay.
Here's how you wrote it.
Huh?
What do you mean? Like,
just like the one you did, like right there on your paper.
Okay.
That's how I would do it usually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is strange. I don't know. I have to place it higher on the line.
Oh, you're right. No, it's still sitting on the baseline.
Yeah, but
it just has the tail is fully a tail. They fully said Q is supposed to be a quail, and we're really gonna make it so that it's a quail. This is a bird.
Looks like a balloon on a string.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I see that. Usually the letter Q for me is, I mean, not just for the association of queen, as I see people saying, but it's regal. To me, Q is kind of like a, not that it looks like it, but it's like paint me like one of your French girls. Sorry to bring the French into this again, but she's like reclined and like propping herself up like on her hand a little bit, like that. She's being coy, maybe demure. Her hand is covering her mouth, even maybe. Instead, also like that's the face. I don't know. I do enjoy the added eccentricity that takes it beyond just a boring, dull O. But yeah, this is not one of the best ones. And yeah, YouTube Q does look like YouTube chat Q is the sans. Maybe that's just what sans serif Q is often sometimes in fonts.
These freaks, these sans serif freaks. We need to destroy Silicon Valley so we can.
Yeah.
This is not case against Silicon Valley.
Al, I need to invite you to be mad about the way logos have changed over time with me.
Oh no, but isn't that like most people? Like most people would agree with that.
Oh yeah.
No? Like everyone hates like the way logo has become. Like it's always like worse. It's never better.
You see, I'm sure that EG. I don't know about other people here, but I'm sure you've seen the documentary Helvetica.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I spent a lot of the time in Helvetica being like, you monsters.
Yeah.
You people have no taste.
Helvetica.
We put the people with the least taste in charge of taste.
Oh yeah, but that's
Janken, I am so sad to tell you also that I think once again we do have the bias of the three of us being people who decide to sit here and talk about letters in that us saying that generally people don't like the direction letters are going. Most of the people in my life who are not artists are like, it's not that big of a deal. It's kind of clean this way.
Oh yeah, but
and I want to grab them by their
have
shoulders
no
and shake
opinion.
them.
Okay. Most people that have opinions, that are, like
there it is. Sadly, I don't know how much of a majority that is.
Yeah. Okay. That's
anyways.
fair. That's fair.
Anyways, I'm diverging us here.
Yeah. But yes, but that's why I have you two. Like I didn't. Like this is why I ask you two because I know you have opinions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just literally doing the most simple litmus test for this cue right now. I'm looking at it right now. It just feels unpleasant to look at.
Really?
Just looking at this cue right here on the screen, I'm just
wait. This one?
This one. No, because we have definitely gone with we've definitely favored the font specifically.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, if
in
it's
fairness,
this one,
I guess
I
we're
don't
favoring
like
the
it. If
font.
it's this guy, I don't like it. I would if
this guy, I would
like
even put in offensive. But I think I
have a soft spot in my heart for the letter Q, so I can't let the font bias us that hard into offensive. I can live with unpleasant, but if it were a regular Q, I would have put it in sexy.
I agree. Me too.
If we're either these cues,
listen. We are the king of a decision here, and we can say fuck this Q.
Yes.
And we put it there, but we put it like if it's like the typical Q. Because we did say it's supposed to be the base letter. And I've never written in my life a Q like that. So screw this. It's let's say we put it there, but as if it's a regular Q. Do we agree? It's very queen to do. So it's very fitting. Al, do you agree?
I'm good with that.
You're good with that? Okay. However, fuck this guy, it's offensive.
Yeah, no, I don't like that one.
It's like we didn't like this guy. This guy was just like, I'm just gonna be the opposite, just for fun, and just confuse everybody.
That is a terrible cue, but I have to say that even the non-terrible cue, the balance of it, because of the little hook that goes the opposite way, is just terrible. It feels so off balance to me. I don't enjoy it. Usually I like asymmetry, usually I like strange balance. No, not this one. Al, are you doing like eyebrow waggle? What's going on there?
I don't know. It's just, I am not intentionally face acting, but sometimes it just happens.
You're like over there eyebrow waggling.
That was
Do you
not
feel
on
differently
purpose.
about the lowercase q?
The lowercase q. Hold on.
He's going.
What are your thoughts?
I actually do like the lowercase q all right, but I think to me I think it should be next to the p. I think
no, it's worse than the P. I don't know. It's like reverse. It's literally reverse. It's like it's trying to attack me. I feel like attack. I mean, this one is like to me. It's like the lowercase q it's totally offensive to me. I don't know. I don't know why I legitimate the P. Maybe because like it's from right to left, and I don't know. Maybe this is like something like that. So to me, it's just like the mirror version, and I don't know. I don't know why. To me, it's offensive. It's worse than the regular P.
I would let you have it in offensive because like not talking about this one specifically, but the regular one to me is offensive with the bigger swoosh underneath. I don't like that, so I'm here with it. I'm with you. I'll stand by you on that one.
Okay, I'm like that.
Al, always. What is going on? You're gonna.
I kind of like the lowercase q.
Really?
I kind of like it.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of like it. I think it's I think it's queer in an interesting way, in a good way.
But the queen is up there already.
Yeah.
Well, see, but if I'm going, then it feels unfair to count it against, like to only count it for one and not for the other, right?
I don't know if it's about fairness and unfairness here.
We don't have fairness. This is our tier list.
To me, they're not. Even if they're the same letter, they're literally not the same. You know, like They're not the same.
I like the lowercase q. I like them
Really?
both. I like
Okay.
the lowercase q. Yeah.
Okay,
I
okay.
Janken,
If you like
Janken,
it,
we have the numbers.
I'll allow it an
Janken.
unpleasant.
Janken, we have the numbers on our side. We don't have
I
to do
know,
that.
but we gotta give him one.
No! No!
You were just complaining, EG, about how I was giving up too easily.
Fine, okay, that's
Fine. It is still
Fine.
offensive in my heart.
I'm totally not going to use this card
Look
again
at these.
in the
Look
future.
at these. It's just like maybe I have a problem with twins or
They're
something.
kissing.
But
It's like the B and the D. We put them together again.
it's
We
true.
determined that we
it's
like
true.
them less when they're upside down.
Yeah, it's the tail.
Yes.
Ow, you're like somehow like right in my ear, and I don't know how you're doing that.
Oh, he's eating the microphone. That's what he's doing.
No, it's not just using the microphone.
Please take my headphone out of your mouth.
There's other parts to it. There's other parts to it as well. It's not just. I'm actually not getting that much closer to the microphone when I do that.
Oh, really?
I'm angling my face a little bit sometimes, but I don't even always get very close to the microphone. It's
Resonance.
It's resonance. It's almost entirely
Yeah.
the resonance. I'm modifying the timbre of my voice. It's most of it.
All right, we're not rating if you are sexy or not. We're rating if the letters are. So
Fair enough.
let's continue. Let's continue with the uppercase R next. R as a sound is kind of like it's aggressive. R. It could be R too. So I don't know. It's
Yep.
It's like a pea that grew a leg.
Grew a leg, or do you just mean it has two legs instead of one?
No, it's a pea that grew an
Okay.
additional leg. So yes, it
Okay.
has two legs.
Okay.
It's
All right. I had to specify.
I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. I don't think it's sexy. I think it's a strong letter. What do you guys think about capital R?
Not a fan.
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 Not a
Tell
fan.
us more.
Not a fan. Wow. Okay. I've upset.
I'm mad. Go ahead.
I've upset EG so much that I am way more intrigued by how upset they are than my own opinion.
You gotta finish. You gotta finish what you started.
I am
first.
like way
You started
more
out.
curious.
You're gonna get persuaded. You're gonna get persuaded. Why you're not a fan?
Honestly, I feel like I don't feel like it's using the negative space very effectively. I'm not into. I don't know. This is like me and EG are largely in agreement on a lot of aesthetic grounds, but I kind of feel like the diagonal motion on the letters tends to like not do a lot for me.
Oh yeah, you did mention
it.
Right?
It doesn't seem to do a lot for me.
Consistent king.
And it's not even slander. I'm just literally saying that it's not doing very much for me. People are reacting very strongly to me not
They're
even
all
being
on my
that
side, and they don't even know my side is
harsh.
yet.
I don't feel like I'm being that harsh. E is the only one I've been like super harsh about so far.
True. You said not a fan. You said not a fan.
I'm not a fan.
So you would say unpleasant.
I would say unpleasant for myself.
Okay. I wouldn't say
I will admit that there's historical biases here in that similar to the K, this lower diagonal leg I struggle with really massively in calligraphy. I really struggle to make it look how I.
But it sounds more like a you problem than the letter
Yeah,
itself.
That's entirely
though.
possible. I mean, we're allowing historical commentary to come into play here. We're allowing historical experiences to come into play here. Janken, you've certainly been using plenty on your own.
It's okay when I do it, but not when you do it.
Okay, but now we gotta hear Iggy, I think, because I already said I think it's a pleasant, strong.
Igerino, what do you got for us?
Yeah,
Igerino, yeah. Let me add it. So, R is everything that both of the Ks wish they were. It's everything they wish they were. It has the blend. It has the best of both worlds. It has some booba. It has the pleasant arc. It has the voluminous nature to it. It has a strong spine to stand on. Her waist snatched. She's got her. She's resting her heel on the ground to tap her foot, almost in like a sassy little pose there. It's cute. I'm here for it. Also, we cannot understate the value of the rolling of the R, the sound. Just that in and of itself is something to some people. Romance languages are heavy on it. Do you know what's big in sexiness? Romance. Starts with letter R also. Yeah, R's the it girl, as they are saying. I cannot stand for this slander. R, you have
slander.
You've unwittingly offended me. Any amount of thing against it was slander to me because R is actually my favorite.
Okay.
R is actually, this is my favorite letter in typesetting because there's a surprising amount of variety in letter R, and R, unlike K, in most fonts, this one not as much, but it does favor to the weighting where you can have the heavier top or lighter top piece to it, and I love that. I love the versatility of her. My God!
I want to say, I want to add, I have one of my shirt that I have is a Team Rocket shirt, which I simply have a big red R on a black background, and you have no idea how popular that shirt is. I always receive comment all the time. People love the letter R. I think okay. In this case, it reminds them of the Team Rocket. But the more I think about it, the more I think I like R that I don't. It's just reminding myself of that. I'm
How
not.
Could you leave me on like that? You hurt my side.
I am not ready to put it at unpleasant. I am much.
Okay. Well, wow, they're dying over here.
Where are you putting it?
I will say that on terms of from an audio standpoint, I do think that R is like the best sound we got.
It is the
mostly
best.
For the
It's a really good
in
sound.
a small part because it's so fun to flex on people.
Yes.
Yeah,
People
rolling your
like
R's is a skill.
So where are we going with this? Like I'm ready for sexy, but you thought it was unpleasant because of the dying no.
Wow, EG is really working the camera here. EG
Does this make you more willing to put it where it belongs?
I think sexy is. I'm down for sexy. I'm certainly more comfortable with it being in sexy than either M or Q.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. If I could only have one out of those three, R would be my one out of those three.
Okay.
So.
Okay. No, yeah.
Okay. I like R. The more I think about it, the more I like it. So.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
However,
You both. Don't worry. No.
However.
What do you mean?
However. Because apparently my whole business today is unfinished letter. R. In lowercase.
I like lowercase R.
To me, it's
like
it's a N that never went all the way. It's a hook.
See, this is showing some biases that the two of us have about these kind of things. I like the lowercase R, but again, I like the negative spaces. And if we're going to get all psychoanalytical,
my God, if there's a
word
I'm gonna remember about Almantas, is just Almantas, the negative space lover. It's just
I am.
You are. You mentioned
all the
it
strange
so
things I
many
thought I'd learn
times
about the two of you today. It was not these. not your deepest, darkest. Maybe concerns in your hearts about being unfinished, about positive and negative space. I thought I was gonna learn way stranger things, but I'll take that.
To me, I like you're looking for things that are complete, and I'm looking for things that are incomplete. So for places where I can insert and add, where where I am needed. Right?
Oh, what does that say about you as a person? You need to be needed.
I know, right? I know, right?
Oh no.
Need to be needed. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, there's psychoanalysis in this.
No, needy grandpa.
It took us until no. I need to be needed. We're getting into the we're 3/4 of the way through the alphabet and now we're getting weird.
Yeah, we're psychoanalyzing ourselves now through the letters.
You brought up this thing about completeness several times. So I feel like I needed to engage with it.
It's true.
I need to engage with it at some point.
It's
not
true,
just leave it hanging.
Yeah. We hear you. We understand.
If you leave a loaded revolver on the table, you got to.
Whoa.
Hey, we're not going that far.
we're not in the direction of we're here for you. We're hearing you out, and you.
I was going to the you don't know Chekhov's gun. Come on. You understand Chekhov's gun, right?
I do. That's why. Yes.
Yeah.
Why have you brought it?
Because he's mentioned this several times, and we had not engaged with him so far. He can't just like put down a plot point and us never touch it. The whole stream.
We'll survive this. We'll survive this.
We're really putting Janken through his paces, huh? We're never gonna be invited back.
No.
We're gonna have to find another unsuspecting YouTuber to inflict ourselves on.
It's fine.
In the future. This is.
I do feel that delirium.
In Twitch House, we obey the 3-act structure.
We're going up though.
So lowercase r.
Yes, lowercase r.
I like lowercase r. Oh, you hate it. Oh,
why are we opposites on like half of these?
It really seems that me and EG are like much closer into thinking about this.
Which is not where we started off at. Where we started off was very much me and EG against Janken.
Janken, you were my first enemy, but somehow you're my friend now. I don't know what happened. Lowercase r, I agree. It feels incomplete to me, and this is one of the ones where cursive is tainting it horribly for me.
Yeah.
In that I despise cursive lowercase r. I hate it. Why is it like that? That's not an R. That is an N, and it doesn't know what it wants to be. And cursive it wants to be an N. It's empty. It's missing.
What's the Sutralin for R? I always forget. I haven't been using Sutralin in years, so I never remember how to write anything in it other than like E. Sutralin. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like that it is. I like its type of asymmetry. It's got all the characteristics of the capital P, but like better to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. It's not the worst, but I don't like it, and maybe it's unfair that I'm being so tainted by cursive on this one. Just in its base form, I can admit it has nice asymmetry. For N earlier, I didn't come back to it, but somebody brought up the arch as something that could be working in the favor of lowercase n, and I see the partial arch of R also working, and I think that lowercase r is the little spoon to the big spoon of the F. So
yep.
You're kind of pulling me in your direction a little bit.
It's okay.
Here.
I'm fine putting it at charming. I don't dislike it, and the more I look at it, like I can see the charming point.
I am kind of surprised by like it suddenly becoming the cursive into this, because so far you haven't mentioned cursive that much before.
We did a little
but the
bit
typesetting history. The typesetting history has been very important. I was kind of wondering if like R is a problem in typesetting.
No,
not really.
Because the lowercase r produces a lot of like kerning opportunities, right, and spacing opportunities.
Yeah. So I don't mind it. Any letter that you commonly see in a duplicate, I tend to not mind. Also, L being the only like one that goes against it, but like M and N and R and S, because of their doubles, that just makes my job easier. I don't gotta go searching, I don't go hunting, I just pick up two of them at once and just slot them in together. They're friends.
I really like double L because it gives you good opportunities for ligature.
Yeah, that's true, but I hate touching them, they're too thin. That's
you have to get new tools for it, whereas I just do that. I just do it.
Yeah. Like, be surprised not every lowercase L in the case looks enough like the other one to make them look okay next to each other. And I hate it.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
So we're fine with
Pain.
charming, I think, for low.
Yeah.
I think we're fine with
Fine
charming. I think I'm fine with charming.
All right.
I feel like this one will be divisive.
Uppercase S.
Mhm.
It is the letter that's sexy, but how do you guys feel about capital? To be honest, let's group them together because literally just like one is like smaller and that's it. I should say that I like it because, but then again, it's an unfinished 8, and then we're all back to the unfinished shenanigan. But let's not go there. It doesn't do much for me. Like, you would think that like it's supposed to be, you know, 2 curvature, and it's supposed to be sexy, but mentally, like visually, I look at the letter and just like the first sentiment, it's just, I don't know. It reminds me more like of a snake, and a snake to me is not really sexy.
Okay.
Not what I thought you were going to end that with, but
No, me either.
So I don't know. What do you guys feel about S?
this is the one that people told me they were like, "Oh, that has to be an S tier," and I was like, "I don't think so, man.
Yeah,
I don't think so."
Okay, thank God.
I think. Yeah, we've got chatters who are like who are losing it here, but like but like it's the lack of variation in it.
Yeah.
I'm a variety guy.
You know what we are? Like, we are those again, I'm bringing back the French. Like, we are like those French critiques, and they are with their cigarette and they are looking at like I don't think that's it. I don't see like the soul into this letter. It's not good enough. It could be more, and the negative space is very weak with this one. And I don't know. I feel like now, like we're like in a cafe, just like being these kind of people
we do
with
really
those letters.
Really good French accent is a very funny
thank
thing
you.
for
I am
somebody to
quite
say.
French myself.
Literally his first language.
I don't have this accent though naturally as a Quebecois. So
I just think it's very funny. I will say that I do have a bit of a bias from the calligraphy side. Like I said, we're allowing the history biases to come, our personal historical biases to come in here. The Gothic capital S, which I'm doing over and over again, is amazing.
Yeah,
I love this one.
Yeah,
I love this
like,
one. This one's so fun to write.
That's kind of cheating. It's like it
is
really cool.
It is.
It is really cool. In that
it is really cool. Like I said, it's a bias. It does push me a little bit, but we are thinking in terms of sexiness, not just in terms of like sheer sparking joy.
And I think sexy can spark joy. There's many an artist on Twitter that would agree with that statement, I'm sure.
Well, I think that I'm saying that sparking joy is a more general category than sexiness,
okay.
right? It's more it's broader. It's and I think this causes me to have I don't know. I'm kind of going back and forth now between charming and sexy. Like I kind of came in here like prepared to be a hater, because like it's too boba. It's
yeah, exactly.
Not firm. It doesn't have that like that. It's too supine.
Wow.
It's too. There we go.
Wow.
Okay.
Too supine. It's a little. Well, hold on. What's the word I can use here that's not going to?
Oh, you're
make
trying
it
to
look
flex. Forget about it. Iggy, tell us your top, because he's gonna be flexing on us.
No. Flexing.
I know you when you're like, and then it
He
just
got a
like
big old grin on
like...
his face, and I was like, "Oh, okay, all right. I see where you're going." Immediately, I see straight through you.
Yeah. I'll shut. EG gets it.
So capital S, is quite serpentine. People tend to be into that, which is where I thought Janken was going to go. People tend to be into that, and I will say that to me, from an art standpoint, the S is very contrapposto. It is the epitome, maybe, of asymmetrical balance in the human figure, in that, the most sensual of poses in illustration and in, painting and any of that matter is the ones where you are offsetting your hip and your shoulders, and it becomes a sort of certain kind of shape. So it's very easy for me to put that in the sexy category. There is a history with it. The word sexual, the word sensual, they both start with that letter, the connotation. It's a part of that 4-letter acronym that we already have all but one letter of up in the sexy category already. Like, I feel like there's a lot going on here that slants it that way. But is that just too easy? Is it too easy to put it up there? Like, I was also ready to be a hater here too. I wanted to just dissent against it because it'd be too easy. The same way we were like, nah, D, that one's like overdone, put down. But like, I don't know. I feel like I can't argue with facts. Yeah, but I feel like I can't argue with S as much though, because S doesn't have the inappropriate like grade school or like middle school boy. What is we're looking for? Like connotation that taints the way I think about it. S has not been sullied. There's another S word as a letter for me. So I feel like it's fine up there.
As what? As sexy?
Well, and we've not done it a lot, but we've allowed auditory qualities to seep into these a little bit, and I think there's something about the S sound.
I don't think that the S sound is sexy at all.
I don't either.
I don't like the serpentine, but that maybe that's personal. I'm not. I don't think that's serpentine. I know a lot of people think that serpentine is very sexy. To me, it's the opposite. I think it's very unattractive. I don't want people to be snakes. I think that the connotation of the snake. It's not like. I'm also not talking about like the other imagery of the snake that is more like in certain people belief. It's not about that at all. But the I don't know. Maybe because I don't like also the personality that like comes with someone who's a snake. So anyway, anything that is snakes and all that stuff is really not sexy to me. But like I said, that's very personal though, because a lot of people are going to be completely on the opposite spectrum here.
We have assigned a body type to this and a personality, and we did make the ruling earlier that the personality was more important. So
I don't know if that was a ruling, but it's definitely a bias.
Sexiness, though.
Yeah, or bias maybe. I don't know.
But I can see the sexiness though. I can understand it, even if personally I am not really inclined to.
I think we may have talked ourselves into the sexy tier on both S's.
Have we?
Really? I was getting talked into the charming.
Okay.
So where are we putting the S? I think it cannot. It has to be. It's sexy or not. Like charming for S is just like it's like I'm an S. Like you're really gonna put me charming? It's like you hate it or you don't. I don't know. That's how I see the letter S. Like S is also like it's more than A. Like we go like A, B, C when we grade ourselves, but when you have S, SSR, it's like S is like it's like I'm an S. I'm not an A. I'm an S. I don't know. It's I'm ready to put it at sexy at this point.
Okay. Yeah. The suggestions where I'm seeing dangerous, sinuous, sensual. Okay, sure. Femme fatale. Okay, sure. Femme fatale. Maybe. Solid maybe. Right. I'm okay with letting it live where it is now. Okay. This is like the one that's in sexy that I feel the least strong about right now, though.
True.
Somehow.
I agree. But that's also, like I said, my personal point.
Yeah.
Okay. Al, you're fine with this? Did you already think it was sexy?
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Cool. Perfect. Okay. However, what the fuck is this shit?
Are you not familiar?
No.
Oh, you're not familiar?
No, I've never seen this in my life.
Okay.
What is that?
What are your thoughts about it, having never seen it in your life? Please give me
something offensive, like automatically.
Okay.
Just the same.
You're offended by it.
These two, like to me, it's the same shit. Like, what is that? Like, I've never seen this. Like, how am I supposed to feel about that?
So this guy is not into things that are unfamiliar. I see.
I've never seen
that's
it.
the-
I don't even know what letter this is.
He's drawn to the familiar.
Janken is comfort seeking.
Yes, comfort seeking.
Janken
earlier,
is comfort seeking.
taking a hug.
I like a thriller.
Yeah,
I like a thriller too, you know, but I just don't know what I'm dealing with. What is this letter?
How long do we keep him twisting on this one?
Just tell me what it is. I don't know what it is.
What do you mean? Tell you what it is? It's a letter.
It's a letter.
That's what it is.
You guys are trolling me. What is that?
No, it's a letter. It's a letter. We're not. I mean, we're trolling you, and that we're not just telling you.
Is it a-
It's a letter
is it a-
that
Yeah, it's a letter.
does, even in the English alphabet, get its own little square in type cases, which is why I included it. I didn't include any of your OE mergers because my bias
God,
would
that would
be
be
the one who's
annoying.
making it. That would be annoying, but also they're not real in the cases of text that I touch, so I did not include it. But
You
this one is.
also did. I don't think you included Thorn.
No, I did not.
Which is a funny one. But
Could've, but I did not.
I am kind of amused that this is in English typesetting and the Thorn isn't. Okay,
Yeah,
let's stop
why is
toying
it?
with Janken.
Never
This
used it.
is the German letter that is a hissing S as opposed to
Yeah.
a regular, as opposed to a softer S.
Yeah, it's represented as double S when you don't have that letter.
Double S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No,
it-
it's German.
This is never
Yeah.
used.
Americans
In
never use it.
Yeah.
Truth.
But-
Yeah.
well,
we don't use it in English.
Do Brit use that? Do
No.
English
No.
don't use that.
No.
Oddly, we do have another letter in English that's used for a similar function that I've written here, which is the long S.
Yeah.
Which is like the word hiss. You would write like this, but it's deprecated. It's not
Yeah,
really been
we
used
don't
since
do
like
that.
1800-ish.
Yeah. The wiki where I was getting all the letters from did have that S also listed too, but I didn't pull that one because it's technically it's a combination of two. It's not one. I've lost the word. It's 1:25 in the morning, and I've lost my typesetting words. Oh, it's two. It's technically two characters. They're not combined when in type.
Do you guys have opinion about this?
Cliff.
I think this is a horrendous rendering of it, and
Yeah,
it's not a
it
letter I
is.
use very frequently. All I'm thinking about, because partially because somebody in the chat reminded me of this earlier with something else, was that meme that's shows the hongus of a dongfish, which is attached by a scrungle to a kind of dill sack. Like that's what I'm thinking when I look at this thing. This thing looks like squishy.
It's so goofy. Ah.
It looks like a. It looks gooey. It's
Yeah.
I'm ready to leave it there at offensive. Like I have no problem with that.
Let's do it and piss off the Germans.
Yeah, I'm sorry to all of my German fellas, but
All right.
this one specifically is just so wacky. But I did want to include it.
All right.
Yeah, gummy worm letter.
Gummy
Gummy
worm.
worm letter. I feel like
Gummy
it would have
worm
good
letter.
mouthfeel. If I put that in my mouth and chewed on it, it would have good mouthfeel. But unfortunately, that does not relate to sexiness.
All right. All right.
Or maybe does.
I think it would be
Actually,
rubbery.
I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, because like you guys need to go sleep at some point, and
I was fully ready to be up till 2 a.m., but
Oh,
I do
okay.
feel bad. I feel like I'm keeping you as a hostage.
I mean, like I said, it is for me midday, so it's not a problem.
Okay. I'm
What
used to a
about-
4-hour stream, so.
No. We're almost done. We're almost done. How about the letter T, capital?
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's okay.
it's
this one-
yeah.
This is again a part of problem where like I am comparing this to a superior way of writing T's,
Oh.
which is the New York Times way of writing the T.
Yeah.
The best thing about that entire the main thing sustaining.
Yeah, but yes, of course it would win if it was that, right?
Yeah,
It
but
would
that's-
have-
it would be-
that's
it would be
that's
sexy.
the verdict, like on every letter, though, is that
Right.
on every
Yeah.
letter it would
Yeah.
be sexy if
Yeah.
if it was just written
Yeah.
in a nice
Well, and I mean,
way.
I'm more going that like the curve, right? The curve
Yeah,
improves
that's
it so
what's
much.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah,
no
it's
curve
lacking.
here. It's just like literally
There's no
two lines.
curve. It's just
Yeah.
it's I am almost inclined. I'm definitely inclined towards unpleasant. There's a part of me that could be talked into offensive. I don't think I could be talked into charming.
No, me neither.
I don't think it's quite offensive.
I don't think it's.
but
I think
yeah,
unpleasant is fine with me too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like we do have to at least mention, and somebody did say in the chat, there is a particular like dominating and intimidating force that is felt in the presence of the letter T. T poses on you.
It is a strong letter.
But it also makes me think about work because I have to stare at human bodies that are posed that way for like 8 hours of my day most of the time now, and I'm so tired of it. So it is unpleasant. There's nothing sexy about having to look at a character model that is arms fully straight out to the side.
No, exactly. No,
Total arms akimbo is not a sexy pose.
No.
I think it's kind of
Not.
interesting because we did have somebody in the chat earlier who is attracted to dominance, and I think even that this is not like people are like, oh, T pose for dominance.
Oh,
it's
but
not
that's
actually
a
a
meme. That's a meme, man.
It's a meme. It's a meme
yeah.
thing. It's a meme thing.
It's a
That's not
joke.
actual.
Like that's
It's not
the
actual.
point. Is that
I
it's
think
work.
that's it.
doesn't
Yeah,
work.
it's opposite, if anything.
Yeah.
It's just goofy.
You look vulnerable
Yeah.
when you're T-posing.
Doing too much. Yeah. Oh, my brain suggested Christ on the cross, but I think that's a Y more than anything else.
However, especially this one,
I
do
like the
think-
lowercase t.
Yes, me
Yeah.
too. I was about to say
I really
it's
like this
at
one.
least charming.
This font does do justice to lowercase t.
This font is really working with the lowercase t. I like lowercase t in general.
Yes.
I like my oddity. I like my strangeness. I like that lowercase t is both taller than the average small letter, but much shorter than the average tall letter. I actually really.
Yes.
I'm actually inclined towards putting this one in sexy.
Is it sexy?
I'm inclined.
I think if lowercase f is sexy, I think this one is sexy. It's got a similar thing where this one is not looming over you, but it is still reaching out for you to hold you.
Yeah.
I think this one in particular reads to me as very inviting.
Yes.
Like it's
inviting.
beckoning. It's beckoning. I like this one.
beckoning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I will say that regular lowercase t does not do as much for me as that one does because it's just too. It's a cross. It's just too symmetrical everywhere. But as somebody who has always written T's like this their whole life, I'm willing to count this as being the base glyph of T.
Okay.
So I will put it in sex. I don't think everyone writes T's that way though.
No, I don't think so. A lot of people just do with the regular cross. But this one is, I agree. That was easy.
Yeah, easy.
That was easy.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Easy,
no.
sexy.
Okay. T, and then we got you.
You.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this one's gross. I'm sorry.
I don't.
This
like
is a
it
gross
either.
version of it.
I don't like it.
I like capital U's a lot of the time, but this is a gross capital U.
It's thicker on the left than the right, and I get that they're
Yeah,
trying to
you're
weight
right.
it.
No, I cannot even see it now. That's so true. Why?
Bottom weighted, if anything, my guy. Come on.
You gotta have the lower right tail. You gotta have the lower right tail.
Yeah.
God,
Like we're gonna do it afterward. This is good.
Yeah.
This is good.
I like
but-
how
I like
directional
them.
that one is, but yeah, uppercase U.
Are we offended?
It's too even. Sure, I can be convinced to be offended.
I'm so annoying with the sagginess. Apparently, sagginess is like the thing that is the least sexy for me.
Is it-
Too big concerns.
Is this like a fear of aging thing?
I think, listen, we're not gonna start because we could like go for a long
You're one
time.
of those anti-wrinkling girlies on TikTok.
I was thinking about his own body. I didn't want to impugn.
I'm saying he is one of them. I'm not saying he's projecting it on others. I'm saying that Janken is drinking out of one of those weird horizontal straws to keep the wrinkles off the lips.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's
boy.
weird. I never even heard of this. That's strange.
That's so strange.
I
only know
was
'cause my
thinking
sisters-
about just like like your belly starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, she went a little bit like further. Iggy went a bit further.
I went in what I'm familiar with, which is the feminine brand of it, which is that the girlies in my life are getting Botox, and I am concerned by this act.
Yeah. But are we offended then?
Sure.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. Okay
I
then.
think so.
We put it there. However, like I said, I do think that the the lowercase u, especially this one. This one is a little bit more has more to work with.
I actually really like this lowercase u.
Yeah.
I do too.
I am partially inclined. I'm actually kind of inclined to put it in sexy, even though it's fundamentally a rotated N.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's a rotated N.
But can I tell you the thing that is the deciding factor for me on this one, and what I think Al is also maybe subconsciously picking up on, is that the serifs are incomplete. They're just hooked. That is what I like about it. It feels
I like these serifs a
You can
lot.
feel the gesture. That is what I like. There is a
really
sharpness to it that I enjoy.
Yes.
It's still rounded. The flow is nice. It's all there. I'm here for it. And once again, people were discussing before the arch, and I feel like we have not discussed the visual appeal that an arch can have, both in architecture and in the human body. So I think that I will make the case for this U. In that way.
So
no, I'm into this u. I'm into this u.
For sexy.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I go for it. I really like it. I think it looks really, really good. However, and I don't know why we have two capital. Let's assume that like one of them is yeah, it's fine, because they're literally the same anyway. So just one is like shorter. And I did the same way that I didn't like the capital A. I think it's worse. To me, it's like if we're ready to have U as offensive, like V does the same to me, but it's I don't know, it's even worse in the sense. Like I said, the very like I see the yaoi chin. I can't. I just like I don't know if I've been
This
too
guy
much.
hates yaoi. This guy hates
I've been
yaoi.
too much.
didn't
like,
know
I
that-
think in the VTuber world, and it's just like that's what I didn't want to be.
That's fair.
That,
Oh man, there's a lot of yaoi.
and like I don't know. It's pointy.
I didn't know
it's-
that was a thing.
Oh yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. And
My lack of knowledge of yaoi.
I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm personally. How do you guys feel about V?
I actually like V. I actually like
Yeah?
V quite a bit in general.
Yeah.
In general, I don't like this. I don't like the
Elaborate.
Roman V very much. I don't like the symmetrical Roman V. I'm like I do mean like the Times New Roman style because I'm like literally just like doing my letters down here like a nerd. Like here's a traditional Roman V in Rustica. Which history, minor history lesson here. U is a late entry into the alphabet. V is older, and V did double duty as a consonant and a vowel for centuries. So if you see me writing in Gothic and I'm writing like U's as different from V's, that's anachronistic. That's me making a what do we call it? A concession to modern sensibilities here. I like the V's that I write. I don't like these ones because they're too symmetrical, and I don't know how often in typefaces you do like this is like a pretty asymmetric V. I like this one a lot. I like these V's that are like kind of straight and then curve inward. Those ones I like quite a bit. They're very dynamic. They're very
not common.
Right.
They're
we're
not
talking,
common.
We're
They're not
talking about
common.
the boring.
Yeah, well, I still have to talk through my thought process.
Basic,
I know.
V for vanilla.
But it's just like it's easy. It's easy to make it look cooler. I think you're right. Like through a bit more of shape.
It's not like it inclines itself naturally towards like creating these more dynamic, more interesting things because so many more letters are using so much more of the space, and the V has so much negative space as an option while maintaining its like fundamental identity. It's very flexible at its core as a letter form. However, I think if we're writing it in terms of like looking at a Times New Roman-ass script, kind of sucks. I don't know if I'd put it at offensive, but I would put it at unpleasant, I think. I certainly can't put it. I feel like I can't put it higher than A, which I mostly feel like is better. So
yeah,
on this for this particular type of scripting. So yeah.
Yeah, it really doesn't do anything in particular for me, positive or negative or otherwise. Like, but I will say the one association I did have is I'm gonna type a face in the chat that makes me laugh. I like the bird mouth face.
I do like the bird mouth face.
That helps in any manner. And then some of the showmates are trying to remind me that my favorite character's name starts with a V, and therefore I can't betray him. But unfortunately for him, he's not real, so actually I can. He won't know. He has no way of knowing that I betrayed him. It doesn't matter to me. No? I will say that overwhelmingly, V is too symmetrical. I wish it was one of those letters that, like, didn't reach the same height at its peak, that leaned more left or right. Like, I feel like it's just lacking things for me. I don't know if it's offensive particularly, but I don't really like it.
I do like the sound
V?
of V. I like the V. I do like the V. The V. The sound, the feeling of it. Like, because you touch your teeth to your lip, and you can feel the vibration coming across your lower lip when you.
You know what's an
V.
unsexy face to make is the face you make when you're making the.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I don't think I accomplished very many particularly sexy faces, so I will just have to live with that as a consequence of my poor face acting. But I think that has something going for it, but I do think I understand where you're coming from with unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Janken, I thought you'd be way harsher on it, considering your heavy foreshadowing earlier.
Yeah, I was expecting this to be like your big truth nuke.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, if we did put A as unpleasant, it's literally just like a little bit less complex reverse A, and I didn't fight A more than that. Then I think being unpleasant is okay. Like, I mean, I don't like it, but it's fine being an unpleasant.
Bet. They are mentioning that you are wearing a V-neck, and that V-necks
it's true,
are inherently...
but I have the M for that somehow. I don't know why. Like it's like the M is.
I love my M neck.
the cool. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Unpleasant is fine to me. However, I do think that, and then I'm gonna put both of them. I do think that W, which is funny because it's double V, but like you said, V was like you for a long time. I do think that W is it's also a reverse M, but it is cooler than a V, and it has like kind of this mountain kind of vibe. More, we could say that about the M. I didn't say that about the M. I'm more pleasant toward the W than the V. What do you guys think about the W?
I was sitting on this the whole time, but this is legitimately my favorite letter to write in calligraphy.
Oh.
When I'm learning new scripts, I zoom to the W to see how they write the W.
I feel like I've witnessed you doing that before.
Yeah, I love the way that you can the way that some scripts write W's. This W in particular, the bastard W, is like my favorite letter in all of calligraphy. I mentioned it before, right? The bastard F is my favorite non-W in calligraphy. So I have very positive associations with W. Less into the sound than I am for V. I find the history. This was another one where the history is kind of funny, where it's a very late entry into the alphabet. It's one of the latest one. It's a bit of a goofy one, I think. In some ways, it's kind of interesting how we wound up using it. From a speaking out loud and just naming it, I think it is the worst named letter in the alphabet by a considerable margin.
The only non-single syllable letter name.
It's awful.
Every other one is like A, B, C.
Yeah, I know, right?
W.
And in particular, for those of us who remember the 90s, when you'd go to www dot, literally longer than saying worldwide, literally longer than saying World Wide Web, literally longer, ridiculous.
Every single commercial on TV. Log on to www.education.connection.
And so I do have a couple of biases against it, but I love I don't love this sharp one. I love a lot of the more
rounder,
sinuous ones that are more curved, right? There's a lot of ways you can make them more curved, and here's insular, and it's easy to make them more sexy just by doing that.
Yeah.
It's very easy to make it sexier than that. Yeah.
But all we've learned today is that all it takes is give Almantas a pen and we can just make any letter sexy. So I feel like that...
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I agree. You can make any letter
I'm glad that's all you've learned, because you could have learned much worse things about me from this. So
don't worry, I've learned worse. I'm just not reiterating them.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
That can be kind. I will say, I'm going to take a page out of Janken's book, however, with the W's, and say that they are just saggy M's. They're not rounded. But something about them being upside down to me, I don't know. Where the capital M was a beautiful Lara Croft breast, mayhaps, the W is just like saggy.
Oh,
it looks like something like hanging from a ceiling.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean now.
It's like a Zelda, like that first Zelda boss.
Like, I like that for M, it's a protrusion. Meanwhile, with W, it's a recession. And maybe maybe I should be more into things being recessed into surfaces. You know, I like relief, but it's
You prefer your stalagmites over stalactites.
Yeah, I prefer a little danger.
So it's an unpleasant for you.
I don't prefer danger. Yeah, it's a little unpleasant for me. Both of them, kind of in equal measure. And I also, one of the things we didn't discuss is the height of the middle peak for the W, because I feel like that's important to me.
Yes.
I like W a lot better when the middle peak doesn't reach like the full top.
I agree.
And these ones, thumbs down because of that.
Okay.
So, Al, you were more toward charming for W, even maybe sexy. Where were you?
I am okay. So this is to EG's point, right? We're not rating my ability to handwrite. I'm just telling you these things because it's history and because I think it's visually interesting for the viewers at home. But it's not really core, right? It's very peripheral to our actual subject matter. If this was core to the subject matter, if this was a question of which letters does Almantas like to write the most, which letters can he make look the best, W would win over everybody else.
But is it sexy?
But and we are trying to stick to this Roman typeface, right?
As best we can.
Yeah, and in this Roman typeface, I think it looks kind of like crap.
So unpleasant.
I kind of like it, but I like it again. My big disagreement with this tier list so far has been the M, but I'm willing to put it down into unpleasant. I think it's better than the M myself. But
we've hit 2 rows.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, the one. Oh, I have to fix that. Yeah, unpleasant is definitely our biggest category.
You heard it here, folks. Most letters are unpleasant, apparently.
Apparently.
The plurality.
Yeah, a very select few only are offensive. There's more letters that are sexy than are offensive, which I think is good at least.
Yeah.
And we still got 3 letters left. Well, or 6,
Yes.
depending on how you do the math. Yeah.
Well,
we've got the chaser on the alphabet song.
Yeah.
Okay. Despite X being like the XXX kind of level of sexiness, it's I don't know, it's a cross somehow. Like it's I don't think anything. It looks negative to me. It looks like it's like the arm like together, like when you do like your block here. It's not sexy to me at all. If anything, it's almost unpleasant. I'm not feeling the X.
I don't like the X.
You don't like the X?
I don't like the X.
In what form?
I mean, in the form that we've got here in front of us, I don't like it. It's symmetrical in all the annoying ways. I think the association it has with danger and excitement is overplayed and hokey. I think it's. I
was about to say something silly.
I think it fails at a large percentage of its objectives. I do like the sound it has. It's kind of the opposite effect from some other letters where it is functionally a combination of two sounds. I think that's actually pretty cool. I like the way that X is used in Pinyin, but I don't like it visually. I don't like it visually.
Yeah, the X also that we've been using lately a lot is very negative.
That's also a further negative association.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. Oh.
How do you feel about X,
my internet is dying, so if I accidentally interrupt you, I'm so sorry. I don't know what it's doing. It's being funny. But, well, yep. Interesting. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Ambrosia, that's fine. Yeah. We can hear you. You're loud and clear, EG.
Oh,
like
that's cool.
Absolutely no changes on our end.
We have had not a singular problem.
Nope.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. That's good to know. Anyways, X, I did discuss this letter with my partner in passing before this stream occurred.
It's crazy. You've passed like the knowledge and all of the stream to like so many people. You took this like to the next
My
level.
conversations with my parents in the last week have been completely different.
I don't understand how excited about this I was.
I was very excited about this one. I love this one. The people in my offline life hear so little about my online life. It's very segregated.
I will say I am very blessed to have, like, my family does not watch my streams, but boy do they watch my TikToks, and they love to know what goes on. So when I get to tell them a thing relates to not only the job I do now, but also the job I also otherwise do, fantastic. But I did tell my partner, Jubby, about this occurring. And Joby had only one particular letter to have any statement about, which was the letter X, and that in reference to a particular comic that I was previously unaware of and now was forced to be aware of. So I'm intrigued to know if either of you know what it is then. But does the comic of Ariel having 8 legs mean anything to either of you?
No, nothing.
No.
Nothing?
No.
Fantastic. I'm glad I'm glad that I wasn't the only one there. Imagine. Yeah, someone in the chat I think knows what it is. There's a very I guess it's like a raunchy comic, and it's really crudely drawn. It's Ariel stepping onto land, except they don't understand how many legs a human is supposed to have, and therefore they give her 8. And the whole bit about it, yeah, maybe more, who knows how many legs she has, but the whole bit is that Prince Eric is appalled and is like, essentially like, man, that's unsexy. That's not great. That's not fantastic. Not a fan of this. But his advisor whispers into his ear, what is it? Like, 8 legs means 4 coochie. And that was what Joby said to me about that. And I was like, that's great. Thanks. X is not a sexy letter, and I feel like having 4 is still unsettling. The punchline of that comic is that it's apparently funny or apparently desirable. I don't agree with either of those things. So I did have to just make sure you both know this exists now as well. If I had to know about it, now you do also, because it's your fault that I had to learn.
I get it. I was like, why does it? Why do we have to know? And then I see why we have to know.
I have to spread the curse. It's your fault. I had to hear about it. I had to witness it with my eyes, and you don't have to. So I've spared you that at least. But
so we're all in agreement then.
Yeah, unpleasant.
But not offensive.
No, not offensive.
No.
Not yet.
No.
Also, I'm going to make a brief note that it has driven me, like in terms of, I've brought up math before, it does drive me mildly insane that we use X to both be a variable and to mean multiplication, and then there's a separate special type of multiplication that uses a slightly different X.
Yes.
Really?
And then also multiplication sometimes is asterisk, and...
Yep. Or sometimes dot. I prefer parentheses.
Oh, right.
No, cross product. Cross product for matrix algebra is a special type of X that looks slightly different. It's a slightly different X. It's really annoying. It's It's just like a straight. It's just straight like that. Is the cross product X? Or I guess I should do it like that.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Like kind of like floats up. People sometimes use it in like typesetting for joke stuff, especially Japanese writers will do it.
Yeah, okay. Yes. I know exactly the one then.
Yeah,
it's kind of floating.
It's it kind of floats a little bit above the line. It's super annoying that there's all these different X's that have different applications in math. I hate it.
Yeah, we wouldn't do great if we did the tier list for math. I feel we would be quite negative.
There'd just be hatred and nothing but hatred.
I like math. It would be a very different type of debate.
Maybe.
I like
but
practical math, but I don't like math.
It would be very different. It would be a very different type of debate.
Almost done, folks. We're almost done.
We're almost stretch.
Freed from the terrible clutches of letters.
I'm not gonna put both Y together because I think they are distinct enough to have their own talk here. I
agree.
I'm gonna say straight up, capital Y is technically by shape supposed to be sexy. I think. I'm not saying that it is sexy.
Oh, I see it.
But I think that like
I see it.
in many ways, it's literally depicting either the top or even the bottom. It is the cross, like of a cleavage. It is the it is the crotch. It is I don't know. It's but like I said, by nature, like when I just look at it straight up like that, and I think a lot of people make it also look like that. Does it make it sexy just because of that? That we can discuss. But I think if
I'm not gonna lie, I basically this why I learned that thing from the old anime that was about a shitty anime club full of guys who sucked, and that was the meme image from it was the guy saying talking about how with a proper imagination anything is pornographic and drawing of the letter Y. And it was a
what was it?
It was pretty amusing.
What was that?
What was the name of it? I need to look up the name.
I'm pretty sure was it the Golden Boy?
It's an old one. No. I don't remember the English translation at all.
Okay, because I think I may have.
It was whatever the Japanese is for the Society of it was a Society of Appreciation of Visual Culture, and
Genshiken?
Genshiken. It was Genshiken.
Oh, of course I know Genshiken. Yes. Okay. So I knew it. The moment you described that, I was like, yes. I know what he's talking about.
Yeah. So it's the guy with the glasses.
Yeah. Madarame.
Yeah.
I really like Genshiken.
Genshin's funny. Genshin's very funny. But that was a particular. To give the fundamental sell on it, the biggest weirdest perv in the entire anime club is also a real pretty boy, and the character who's our perspective, our main perspective character on it is a high school friend of his, like a childhood friend of his, and she is determined against all odds to turn her relationship with this guy into like a romance for the ages, getting married to your childhood best friend, and this guy just wants to watch hentai. This guy is not about that lifestyle at all. She is jamming a square peg into a round hole extremely hard, and much of the show.
Exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, most of the rest of the show is like the other characters describing horrible things about otaku culture to her shocked expressions, and her erstwhile boyfriend being like, "Yeah, this is normal."
Oh man. Okay. Wait.
It's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny odd couple pairing to me.
I've gotten lost in the sauce. Do you like Y?
I'm not sure.
Not this Y.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Not this Y. I don't like the symmetry. I don't like the rigidity of it. I think that the more four-shaped Y is a much better way to do a capital Y. Than this form, than this three-stroke Y. I think even the two-stroke Y is better. I think this is the worst option. I think the three-stroke Y is the worst option.
How do you feel about it, Easy?
I'm similar. So I did have a passing thought about it being cleavage and or booty crack. And that really doesn't do much for me. That's fine. That's one of those things where I'm like, it's just anatomy, so whatever. But I am also similarly bugged by the symmetry of it. But this one actually bugs me more, of the specific one, because it's asymmetrical in a way that I don't actually like.
Yeah, this one looks weird. Yeah.
Why? This one suggests that it was drawn in 2 strokes.
Yeah.
Even though it's shaped like it was drawn in 3, like you drew it and hit an angle. I don't like
really
that. I feel like the lowercase y, or especially the y's that have arcs to them, are much more visually interesting.
Yes.
This one, this isn't another, like, unpleasant for me. It's too sharp in all the wrong ways, too kiki. I need a little booba. You've heard it before.
I'm going to put this offensive. I'm going to put it offensive.
Really?
No, I'm not ready for offensive.
Grossing me out. It's grossing me out.
Well, but
grossing you out.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it is also, again, like I said, like I hate the 3-stroke.
Yeah.
It never looks good.
I agree that it never looks good, but it doesn't offend me. Like I don't like it, but it doesn't offend me.
I don't feel offended.
Okay, it's nothing more than the capital I is, so like that's kind of where I'm at. That's fair. Capital E is the only thing that's bothered me more than this one so far.
Okay.
So,
all right.
That's where
I see.
I'm at.
I think we can keep it down pleasant. Can we?
Yeah. I'm okay with it there.
Okay.
I'm Alive to Thrive asks about you're talking about the 2-stroke Y? I think the 2-stroke Y is fine.
Well, we have
like that. I think
we have another Y to talk about.
We do.
We do.
We have a lowercase. I like this one too.
Him.
I like it better.
I like
too.
him. I like him. I like him. I'm leaning towards. My initial instinct is charming, but I'm seeing, particularly with the curving on the lower part, which they didn't have to do. I'm liking the curving into the angle. It's inviting. It's drawing me in. It's got a good mix of hard and soft features. I'm actually into this one a lot. I'm into this one.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I really like this one. And then what is the craziest thing is really, I think when we end, I think it's gonna be like what we're gonna say, because like right now I could put the Z, and we all the three of we know where Z is gonna go. Z is not gonna be sexy.
I wouldn't put Z in sexy. I would never.
You would? You would put it in sexy?
Well, hold on. We haven't finished Y. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We haven't finished.
I know we are. But it's just what I'm trying to go at is, and I know EG, you're probably gonna. Are you agreeing with the Y here?
I agree with Y being charming. I don't know if it quite gets to sexy for me. I feel like it needs.
But it has what Al was saying and what we kind of agreed.
Well,
it has
but we don't need to hold to our rubric.
It's true. It's true. But it has that balance of Kiki and I was about to say Bobo. Was it Kiki and what again?
Booba.
Boba.
I was using my own logic against me. The moment you said rubric, I was like, damn it. I love to be subservient to a rubric, because then I don't have to have an opinion. I can just be objective about something.
It means that my students have to argue with a rubric that they agreed to at the start of the semester, and it's no longer a problem for me at the end of the semester.
Yeah, exactly. It takes all the fault out of it, so I don't want to be at fault for not thinking that lowercase y isn't as
spoken like a
sexy
true college-educated American. True like bureaucracy hours here.
Yeah, shift the blame. Woo!
Shift the blame. It's the rules' fault. I am merely an enforcer of the rules. I'm not a person. I'm just an extension of the rules. I become a person when I go home.
For consistency with previous things I had said, I feel like I should say that there is still a little bit of sag to it, but I will say that the left to right read, where the lower part of the Y, where like the second stroke that's longer, it does lead me up and into the form, which visually is nice. I tend to like a diagonal, so I should be inclined to like this one, but for some reason, sometimes I've heard, when it comes to things being sexy or not, I don't really know about how this actually works, but I hear people just have things where it's like, yes or no. This one's just a meh for me.
Oh,
it just doesn't do it, and not for any discernible reason. It's got all the things I should like, and yet I don't. It's charming.
I think though that you're about to get outvoted here is what's going to happen.
That's fine. You can outvote me. That's okay.
I think she's not one of
I
think Al, you said sexy, right?
I said sexy.
I'm ready. I think it's gonna be one of the first time where me and
Janken are on the same page. Yeah. Usually me and Janken are the opponents, and it's
no, I see it. It's suave to me. Like the G sag. Like it can, you know, even like there's this roundness, but this one is like, you know, accosting you, kind of curve. I don't know.
Accosting you? That's a positive connotation to you?
Huh?
I feel like accosting is a negative connotation, isn't it?
Oh no, that's me. That's my French failing.
Oh, sorry. I guess it's unfair to you.
It's in French we say accoster, which would be like someone like comes you like next to you, like next to the bar and just like try to like charm you.
Oh, they're shooting their shot.
Yeah,
seducing.
But it's a specific. I need to use Google Translate later, so I don't get.
I think I get the gist, though. I think I get the gist.
Yeah, it's someone coming.
It's
to
more
you
positive because accosting is like almost like coming on to someone way too strong. So that's
accosting is like it's like a level or two more neutral than like arresting.
Yeah.
I'll look it up later. But what I mean is, someone comes to you and they slide right next to you, and they're like, "Hey," like I don't know.
Are you sliding next to me? Is that the gesture you keep doing? Are you
I was trying to just mimic what I'm trying to say.
Come over and whisper in my ear. Stay away. Personal bubble here, man.
It was a demonstration.
It took me a while to catch on to it that it wasn't just you leaning.
But overrule.
That's fine. I haven't been overruled often, so
says sexy. Mm-hmm. The last letter. Finally, we're here. The final stretch.
We've done it.
I'm not gonna start on this one. I think Al, you already were starting.
Yeah, Al had something
with Z.
I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I got a super more articulate opinion than that. Similarly, like it's all kiki. It's very rotationally symmetric.
You cannot really make this cool in calligraphy, can you? How can you make this cool? Like, you know, you were like showing us like some letters, like, you know, oh, if I draw it like that, like
with a capital Z, I don't have a lot of options, right? I can embellish, right? I can do things that embellish it and lean into some of its characteristics a little bit. But with lowercase, I at least have the option of doing the cursive style, which I do like.
I don't even have it. It's the one that I think you may have added, but I forgot to reload.
Oh!
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I did add.
The cursive Z is like kind of like a. It
looks like a musical note. I like it.
Or
It looks like a musical note. I like it.
But for the capital Z, you're like meh.
I'm pretty meh on the capital Z. I would go either unpleasant or charming. But I'm. Let's hear the others' opinions.
Me, it's super simple. It's just a flipped over N, and I was pretty meh about the N, so I don't have much more to add since we already talked about. And it looks cool, like, you know, the letter Z usually is associated with like cool things, but sexiness, I'm not there. How about you, Uji?
Al, I have to ask you a regional question.
Roger, what you got for us?
Has your living in the eastern US of A, has it ever made you cross paths with the establishment known as Sheetz, the gas station?
Yeah.
No.
So Sheetz is a gas station, and their name is spelled SHEETZ, and their whole shtick with their branding is that they put a Z on the end of everything. Like, instead of saying tater tots or like food or any of their marketing, they just replace it with a Z for cool points.
Oh yeah, but that used to be cool in the 90s too. We put
Okay, but they
Z.
didn't start doing it until like 2 years ago.
That's weird. Ali, you remember that?
Yeah.
Like we on the internet, we used to put Z
Yeah.
like everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know, EG, if you're also old enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not. I don't think I'm as old as you guys are, but I'm aware. I was around for those times,
Okay.
but the Z in the modern era being used at the end of words does feel like it is trying to invoke some sense of nostalgia for times past. But I feel like to some point we just gotta let it go. I want to say Z is one of those ones where in my heart I'm like, I can fix you. This is like the fixer upper, but like I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to fix him. Like, come on, that's bad. Don't fix him. Should be fully whole and complete in and of itself without me having to solve all of his problems for him. The letter Z. And it is just rotated N at the end of the day. It's like one step cooler because you can put a cross through it. And I was required to do that in chem because people would write Z's and somehow they'd look like 7s. So that did become the decree, is that you did have to cross your Z. Also, I guess differentiate it from S. But my stronger feeling, though, is lowercase Z. You guys enjoy it? I think that's whack. I think it's crazy and ridiculous and strange. I am not a fan of it in lowercase cursive Z.
All right. I find it visually interesting. I find it.
I don't even have it to add it on the board anyway.
Don't worry about it. You don't have it. We're doing prints.
Y though. Oh wait, it's not going away. No. How do I put it
Why
away?
are there 2 lowercase Y's?
We have to add a category for the trash zone. I guess. I'm surprised you can't just move it off. You can't just drag it off.
No, I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say I cross my 7s, so
yeah,
it would not help.
I also crossed my 7, so it also didn't help.
Really?
That's how you differentiate
you guys,
7
you guys
from
cross them? Oh yeah. No, I don't do that.
Is that another chem holdover probably maybe, or like math?
I learned it
holdover?
in like 4th grade.
Oh, okay.
I learned it when I was learning how to. I learned it when I learned it when school was teaching me how to handwrite letters.
I hate that you're saying that. Do they not do that anymore? Do they not? Actually, I think I know the answer to the question already, but
yeah.
Interesting. I wrote all of my papers by hand all the way up through high school.
It is now turning into an issue at the college level. But yes.
Yeah, people don't know how to do that anymore.
Yeah. It's becoming interesting at the college level because it's something of a defense against AI for teachers.
It is. But it's also a defense against teachers from students because I can't grade your work if I can't read it, and in that case, I just give you a 0.
Yeah.
That's the bigger problem. Nobody writes legibly.
We're technically done here, folks.
I was gonna say, did we do it?
Done.
Yeah, because I don't have the lowercase Z.
We're just not gonna respect it.
So we're just gonna assume it's not existing.
Yeah. That's fine by me. I purged the lowercase Z from the earth. That's all right by me.
We are, yeah. Oh.
How do we feel about that? How do we feel about that? That this is what we think of the alphabet. Does that make sense when we look at it as a whole?
I think it's pretty funny how we've got a couple of pairs in the sexy category that are letters that are right next to each other. QRST all in a row.
Oh, that's a good run. Yeah. That's the sexiest part of the alphabet. We've narrowed it down.
Apparently so.
Apparently so. I think it was kind of interesting that a couple. I don't remember Janken having one letter that he just went to bat for.
Yeah.
Because me and EG both did. Me and EG both had ones where absolutely not.
I mean, I had to fight over the M because you guys were not.
Yeah, that's true. You did. You did have to fight for the M. You fought for the M. I fought for the lowercase a, and they fought for the capital R. So we did each have one that we fought for.
Yeah.
What was that?
I think I fought for a third of the sexy category.
You fought for a decent percentage of them. You really fought for the lowercase g. The lowercase g was a real fight.
You were ready for a lot more sexier letter than we were.
I mean, part of it was like fightiness, right? Like I could have fought more for lowercase e, which EJ hates. EJ hates that lowercase e.
I fought more against lowercase e being as high as it is. I'm still kind of sad that's where it is.
We were pretty sparing with our offensive category. We were pretty.
Yeah, we were.
This is kind of interestingly like a little. I feel like a little bit of. I would say a little bit of my influence on here, where like I'm pretty unwilling to put things into the lowest categories. As a rule, I tend to be just like whenever I'm making tier lists, they tend to have very few. Like when I did a fruit tier list, literally the only thing that was in C tier or below. There's only literally one fruit in the entire C tier or below.
I'm noticing something interesting. If it wasn't for me fighting for the M, the capital M, all of the sexy have at least a round aspect.
Yep. I'm gonna stand by that.
Yeah,
that's true. I fought with you on the capital M. I'm just as with you on capital M.
Right. You did. Yeah.
But
otherwise
I think it is a unique
there, right?
case. Yeah, it's definitely a unique case.
The mountain.
Yeah, the mountain, the power. Janken gets to live at the top, apparently.
apparently.
It's okay. You're a big guy too.
I think it's mostly turned out pretty well. I thought it was
yeah.
I think it's kind of funny that I think the last three letters was like a little bit anticlimactic. Like
yeah, I know. I feel like the most we actually like dissented from each other was A's. We had the most dissent on A's, and then one of you tried to stab me in the back at some point, at least once. But other than that, it was mostly
I did
peaceful.
come back and back you completely for the R though.
Thank you though.
Oh yeah.
I did not put it as sexy, but the
this.
more we talked about it, the more I was ready to give it to you. But the one letter that is the funniest, I think, that is inoffensive is the letter E, capital E. I was not ready for that, but
I despise it.
But Al convinced me. I got on board.
I'm not a fan of this one.
Yeah.
Not
all the
into
other
it.
one I agree. All the other one, but the E, I did agree in the end. But all the other one, like it's just like they deserve to be there, and the E is just like I was talked to put it in there.
Yeah.
No, there's a couple. Like I was definitely talked into that lowercase g being up in sexy. I was like ready for it to be all the way into like offensive, and I'm trying to remember which other ones like I really had to be like talked into.
Yeah, I appreciate how willing to change our stances we are. How willing we were to say.
Otherwise,
actually, you're
like
right
it's
on that
already
one.
been like 4 hours. It would have been even longer.
That's true.
I do think it is. I do think that my main prediction for this one was accurate, which is that A was going to be the most contentious letter.
Yeah.
And was going to have the most debate. It's definitely the most complicated one. And yeah, I like I said, to me that's the top. Top of the pyramid. All right.
Yeah, I said everything I needed to say. I said too much, maybe even.
We talked a lot. That's for sure.
I said too much.
It's good. Like there was a lot of learning today that happened. Through
we learned
this.
About letters.
I even learned new letters that I've never seen before. So I hope that people that have watched this for 4 hours have been, because I know some people were there like since the beginning. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I personally surely did. It's like I like how the premise is supposed to be, oh, this is sexy, but we were just nerd in the end. We
really forgot.
We
started strong, trying to not be say so, but I think it's just too ingrained in all of us.
I mean, it's a little bit like again, it's the joke that I constantly make is like I am perfectly comfortable talking about adult topics. It's just you just have to tolerate the fact that like if you get me started on it, I'm going to be talking about like statistics and stuff. Like I'm sorry, buddy.
The lens. Yeah. I think the lens for all of us is something that's
much more driven by intellectual curiosity. Than by the horny. Like it's
exactly
There's
sexy
gotta be a logic
nerd.
rationale.
Sexy nerd.
That's kind of you to say. But yeah, I had this was a lovely time. This was a lovely time. I'm trying to. I don't know what would be a more demented thing I could even come up with than this. I don't know what is wrong with your mind, John.
Why are you trying to come up with something more demented? There's nothing wrong with Janken's mind. Also, first off, but it was only a matter of time before one of us came up with an idea like this, I believe. But I don't know, where do you go from this? What depths of depravity do we sink further to?
Well, we could have been a lot more sexual with those letter, and I don't think we
It would have been very easy. It would have been easy.
Exactly.
We did not choose what was easy. We chose what was
difficult. That letter so hard, guys.
Yeah,
just like
no, goofy. That's inauthentic. Goofy. That would be inauthentic and lame.
Yeah,
that's not us.
Yeah, we're not banging. We're not banging those letters today. That we're not doing that.
No. And it's
because I saw someone says, "Oh, smash or pass." It's like, chill, bro. chill.
I more so meant other topics of things that are similar in the premise being something that is attention grabbing in this nature, and also kind of unheard of and strange as a premise that is so incredibly niche. Like, I feel like I'm going to be wanting for another topic of similar niche status, but with an intersection of something totally wild. I don't know what it'll be, but I'll think.
All right. Well, it's late for you guys, and
it's after 2 a.m. I am pretty worn down.
All right.
Yeah.
Gonna
it was a very long day for me.
I'll post this. I'll post this online as our official stance on or thought of the sexiness of the English alphabet. All right. Well, thank you, guys, for coming over and having this crazy idea that I had. It was a fun time debating about this silly topic. So yeah, thank you. Any last word you guys want to say before we go?
Thank you for having us.
Watch my stuff on twitch.tv/AlmantasVT.
Yes. Go watch some Almantas. If you like what you saw with the calligraphy, that happens almost weekly. You write like
I try to do it every Monday at 10 p.m. I don't know if it'll this coming week it'll happen. The week after it might not, because I might be like streaming from the back of a car or some shit.
Whoa! Dedication.
I already missed too many streams from Off Guy and I feel insane. Thank you for having me on, Janken. It's always a pleasure.
Of course, it was really fun. All right. So that's it for today, everybody. And let's just leave with the general, like I do at Otsu, in the good Japanese spirit. So everybody, Al, Iji, thank you. And Otsu, everybody. Bye-bye.
Otsu. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.